Hey, everybody, and welcome back to Ready Steady Podcast, episode 28. As you can see, I'm at my desk at the moment. This is because I'm in the process of sorting out a whole ton of games, things that have arrived, things that are here in the studio. I also had some blinds put up at long last, so now I won't be blinded by the light in the morning, but it has meant that I haven't got the studio organized quite in time for this recording, so you can have fun from this new angle, spotting all the games in the background. Comment on how many you spotted and how many you think I should have.
Yeah, like with the blinds, does that mean you can now sleep on top of your game topper?
Yes, if needs be, I can sleep on top of or under the game topper. Here we are once again. We've got a lot to cover this episode. So, are there any key critical updates you need to give before we jump straight in?
No. Let's go.
Okay, good stuff. All right, I'm going to kick this off with a correction. This is my journalistic integrity kicking in here. I think when we talked about Unstoppable on the last episode, we talked about John D. Clare and his oeuvre. I mentioned Hour of Need was the superhero game that John D. Clare designed, the card crafting game. It's not. I was thinking of Custom Heroes, which is a card crafting superhero game by John D. Clare. Hour of Need is another superhero game, but this uses the modular deck system, which is designed by the Sadler brothers and also used in Alter Quest and Street Masters.
Very different.
Very different indeed, but I do have a copy of Hour of Need, and it was, I understand, very painful for people to get because Blacklist Games did not do a very good job of distributing it. I did not back it. But I saw Games Lore had a copy and they had it on sale, so I picked it up. And I will give that a try at some stage to see whether I think it lives up to the reputation of the system, a la Street Masters.
Nice. And can people spot any Street Masters in the background?
100%. It is very conspicuous. I just got the new Steam Forged printing because I never owned Street Masters, you see. I used to play my friend's copy in London, and then when I moved away, I did not have it. So when Steamforged reprinted it and put it all into 4 boxes, I was like, I like the sound of that. I'll have that.
But yeah, it's a mere 4 boxes. I can't fit 4 boxes of anything on my shelves anymore. But
yeah. Well, some stuff has to go. So I have been working on sales posts as well. The great culling continues. And maybe one day we'll talk about what gets put into the cull pile. But probably not. I think you can also probably tell from the coverage we already do on the podcast. So speaking of which, we've got a listener comment. Somebody left a comment on Spotify on episode 25.
And not the usual hate that you get.
Yeah, it was exactly. It wasn't filled with hate and bile, so I thought I would respond to it. It was left on episode 25. So Kuzuno.mat. Apologies I didn't get to this for 3 episodes, but I don't know how to spot comments on Spotify, and there was a very real chance I never would have known about this, except I just so happened to stumble on it when I was uploading last week's episode. So they left a comment on the episode where we talked about Galactic Cruise, and they said, I'm a little baffled at the comment that Galactic Cruise isn't thematic. For a heavy Euro, it's incredibly thematic and intuitive. So I think that's 2 sort of separate things. Is Galactic Cruise intuitive? Is it thematic? Now, just intuitive first, because I think that's a quicker thing to talk about. One is, it is as intuitive as your experience is with heavy Euro games. If you've played a lot of Euro games, a lot of the mechanisms will feel very familiar. If you've played a lot of heavy Euro games, if you're very used to these sort of heavy Euros with interlocking mechanisms, I don't think there's anything in Galactic Cruise that's going to seem particularly new or novel. It takes a lot of familiarity, and it refines it into a very solid title. So in that sense, yes. If you are not familiar with heavy Euros, or you only play middleweight to light Euros, this is going to be a big step up for you. So that's pretty subjective whether or not it's intuitive. There are a small number of things that I think could have been just systems and processes that could have been highlighted a little better in the rulebook. Having said that, I think the rulebook overall does a very good job, and so it's a very minor criticism of what is otherwise, and it's perfectly fine. Yeah. Like I've read much worse rulebooks. So
I mean, if I may interject there,
yeah,
the intuitive aspect, and I may end up comparing making some comparisons to Inventions, Lacerda's game, which Galactic Cruise gets compared to a lot. Not Inventions, but just a Lacerda. So in that game, you can discover an invention, but if you discover it, you may not present it. And other than the rules telling you that you can't do that, it is not intuitive why you cannot do that.
I would have thought you could absolutely present your own inventions.
Correct, right? If you've found something, you would want to present it as well, right? Or maybe it's if you present it, you can't innovate on it. I can't 100% remember the rules either. But the big hang up for many people that I've played Inventions with is this disconnect between, well, why can't I do that action other than the rules don't let me? So I think even if you are familiar with big heavy Euros, there is still something to be said for a game that is intuitive.
Well, that's fair enough. And I think to an extent, actually, we're brushing up against theme there as well, because one of the major elements of theme in these complex, heavy Euro games is it acts as a sort of a paving stone for sort of logical deductions around mechanisms, right? You're like, okay, I can do, or I do this thing, or I can do this thing because it makes sense with the theme. So very much a good integration of theme and mechanism helps pave the way, smooth the surface for the learning of the mechanisms and the understanding of the way they interwork. You know, and we were just discussing off air, like, what is theme? What is the difference between a very thematic game and a not very thematic game? And I think to an extent, you know, it used to be, at least I think traditionally it was this idea that an abstract game didn't care about theme or didn't have theme. You know, typically you think of Go, but there's a lot of other examples of newer hobby abstract games as well that just don't bother with a theme, and you're just moving blocks around and things like that. So, you know, that's like, those are, I suppose, very obvious abstract games, but they also refer to, at least on BGG, like abstract games as being games that are more focused on skill rather than experiential, right? So an abstract game would be a game with a high skill curve, where the purpose is to play repeatedly and get better at it by discovering its strategic horizons and learning the different strategic possibilities. You know, chess being a very good example of this. Now, chess is not themeless, but also nobody's going to play chess to get the experience of reenacting a medieval battle, right? Mm-hmm. If you want to experience medieval battle, you'll look for a different game that is perhaps more focused on exploring that theme and less concerned with sort of deep strategic options or broad strategic horizons. Nowadays, I think we've melded that in a lot. It's become a lot more hybridized. It's a lot less clear. And I think theme plays many important roles. You know, you still get these games that are incredibly experiential. So, you know, I think Nemesis is a really good example of that. It's a game where if you're hoping for, you know, developing your strategy and broad strategic horizons, it's not really that at all. You're not going to get that from Nemesis. I often describe this sort of game as a roller coaster, you know, and what I mean when I say a roller coaster game is really a game where you get on for the ride and you know where it's going to end up, or the ending doesn't matter as much as the fun you had along the way, right? Riding the ride. And I guess when I'm saying that, what I'm really meaning is this is an experiential, highly thematic game that maybe doesn't have much of this sort of focus on strategy or improving your strategy over time. Galactic Cruise definitely falls further away from that camp, right? It is an abstract game in the sense that it is very focused on strategy and the different strategies available to you. Now, the experience of Galactic Cruise feels more to me like, you know, pulling the levers and mechanisms of a complex machine than it does running a space tourism company. Mm-hmm. So in that sense, I guess what I'm saying is it feels less like a thematic game and more like an abstract game. Now, having said that, for a complex Euro, which offers up all these integrated mechanisms, all these interlocking mechanisms, it does do a good job of coating that with theme and trying to ease your access by way of theme. But there are a few notable abstractions that are strange. You know, like for example, you've got on your player board these 3 tracks that represent your resources: food, oxygen, and fuel, which you need to run your space tours. And these tracks are initially in the game blocked with cogs. And you can pay to remove the cogs, increasing your capacity for stockpile. And when you do that, the cogs can be invested in research or on the action board. If they're invested in research, you unlock a passive ability for the rest of the game. If they're invested in the action board, you actually create sort of like a unity of the 2 action spaces they sit between, and now they're hybrid action spaces for you alone. That's extremely abstract. I don't really know what thematically is happening there. Why do the same thing, whatever this cog is, abstracted away, why is it blocking my capacity? Like, am I clearing out my warehouse and then the stuff that I find just leads to some dramatic discovery or enables me to build like a go-kart that rides around the university where we're taking actions, or the corporate offices where we're taking actions? I don't know. I don't know what's happening there. But also, I don't really care, because as a heavy board gamer, I understand the mechanism of what's happening, right? Like, I'm paying to upgrade one thing, and by dint of doing that, unlocking the capacity to upgrade other things. Now, that's not to say that Galactic Cruise is without lots of really good thematic integration as well. For example, you've got this a capacity to sort of advertise the cruises, and you can launch the cruise with or without advertising. And if you did advertise, you just get more people, and it's just better. And it usually means you get the exact tourists that you want on the cruise. If you didn't advertise, it's kind of like you're left with whatever's available at the time, and off you go. And it's more expensive to get them on the cruise as well, I think. I can't quite remember. But so that's what I meant when I said it wasn't like, it's definitely not a theme-focused game. You know, I'm talking more about your Thunder Road Vendettas and your Nemesis, you know, games that are really focused on riding the roller coaster and enjoying the sort of thematic experience of that. Whereas this is more about sort of operating a machine that does a pretty good job of dressing the machine up in theme. I think it does a solid job. Sounds like a better job than Inventions.
I feel as time's moved on, things have kind of condensed towards the middle. If you think of a four-pronged axis where you've got abstract at the top and then sort of narrative towards the bottom, and then you've got Euro and Ameritrash.
Right.
But things have kind of now, and I'd say, you know, leaning towards Ameritrash, that's the rules are easy to pick up. You just have fun. You play the game. You make your choices.
There tends to be a lot of elements of random luck.
Yeah, right. Higher luck factor. Abstracts tend to be much more open information. Not always, but often.
I think a hallmark of abstracts is no hidden information, actually.
Yeah, possibly. Like it's definitely a pure abstract, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think more and more games are coming central and incorporating the different elements where they need to. And so something like Galactic Cruise, which I've not played yet, to me, a thematic game in that genre is that the actions I'm taking make sense to what I'm getting. You know, I perform the labor action, I get some money, which I can then spend elsewhere. Whereas if it's just, you know, go to this spot, gain $20. Sure, it's functionally the same, but if you've not explained it in a way that's I can internalize doing it and moving on with the game, then it becomes harder and more abstract. It's just action 4 is get $20. Okay, I don't really know why, but that is what action 4 is.
Well, because the designer needed some way for an income in the game, and they decided that the cost of one action was worth $20 in the game currency. That's why. And they said that is a fair exchange. Or a balanced exchange that makes a strategic game. Right. So I hope Kuzuno.Matt that answered your question. Feel free to leave a comment down below if it was unsatisfactory. and I'll do my best to address that moving forward. I will read the comments now that I know where to find them. Can't promise I'll respond to them all.
Fair enough. And just sort of an update and comment combo from me as well. I commented on, well, I said in the last podcast that I had quite a visceral reaction to the price of Hub World Eidolon. Not that it was particularly expensive, just that it felt like too much for what I wanted to pay. And upon reflection, it was like, it is probably fairly priced, but I'm just not interested enough that it's worth it to me. And another comment on that video was Martin Ferenczi saying that he just didn't think Eidolon was interesting or different enough to commit to. And you need a ready, steady pal to get into it. So anybody that's going to do a pun, far more likely to get a shout out on the podcast. But his comment itself is pretty fair. The people that were excited for the game in my group who got the demo decks have not backed it. They've gone to wait and see. So if Earthborn Games can keep up the release schedule, which is supposed to be twice a year, 4 times a year, can't remember now, and foster a community of players, maybe they'll be back in. But nobody pulled the trigger on it before it ended just yesterday.
Has it ended? Well, I've got to say that I'm going to talk about Eclipse later in this video, and I played a game because I played Eclipse, and the patrons wanted to hear more about Eclipse, but I played it with 2 players who are big into Netrunner, specifically old Netrunner, but also the Null Signal stuff. So they're sort of, playing with the current competitive environment, but they've been Netrunner players for long before Null Signal took it over. And they were talking about Hub World Eidolon during the Eclipse game, and they said the exact same thing. Actually, what they specifically said was they were hoping to see more of the final cards as part of the campaign, and because they didn't see the cards, they couldn't really get a strong sense of what the advanced sort of competitive game was going to look like. And because they didn't know what the community would look like or the competitive structure would look like, they'd both opted for a wait and see approach as well. So, and didn't back it. So I think that's, I don't think Earthborn Games listen to this, but I do have their email, so maybe I can send them some feedback. Just say, listen, there's a lot of people that are very interested in your game, but you need to share a bit more info.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Right, we're caught up.
Into the news. I'm just going to mention this very quickly up top here because we're going to move on very fast, but it's tariffs. Jamey Stegmaier did an interview on CNN. I'll link it in the description on the video. That's it for tariffs. I think there's not much more to say at this stage. Jamey didn't reveal anything new in the video, but you can go and see Jamey talk about it if you like on there.
Nice. Well, I'll talk about what I've seen in the last couple of weeks that might be of interest to people. So first one I want to talk about is Shallow Regrets. And there's some subtle foreshadowing here. So this is the little brother game to Judson Cowen's Deep Regrets, right? And this one is a button shy wallet game, currently on Kickstarter. I'm sure I'll put a link in there. If you're not familiar with button shy games, they're wallet-sized games with generally 18 cards in them, and that is the entirety of the game. You might have a rule sheet as well. So Shallow Regrets is a 2 to 3 player game comprised just of 18 cards, with some of the mechanisms of Deep Regrets changed enough to allow you to play with so few cards. Certainly playing Deep Regrets you can end up with many more cards than 18 just yourself, so making it a 3-player game that can operate with just potentially 6 cards each and still be fun is quite the undertaking. But there are a couple of expansions that you can, or add-ons you can put in the campaign, 6 cards each. A solo add-on, Deep Regrets does have a solo mode, but this will give you a solo mode for the Shallow Regrets, and another 6 card expansion that will take the game up to 4 players. So you can get a complete game for just 30 cards in total. And that is live now and should still be live by the time you hear this.
Interesting. So I thought, I didn't realize that Shallow Regrets was not out. I actually thought that Deep Regrets was a follow-up to it. So I guess I got my wires crossed.
No, I think this is new. They are selling a number of other button shy games at the same time because, getting sent a single wallet in the post is not often worth it.
Not very economically efficient, yeah.
And so they have a number of bundles you can buy, including a couple of games I'm interested in. They've got Rove on there. Sprawlopolis I didn't get along with too well. It was fine. And I forget what the Lighthouse game is, but that's on there as well. I was quite interested in, but I'll see. That is currently live. And then news-wise, looking forward into 2025. So it revealed as part of Czech Games. What is the E in CGE? Czech Games
Edition, Czech Games Edition.
Edition, yeah. They did a video just this week on what's coming, and they announced SETI Space Agencies. So this is an expansion to SETI, which is climbing up the ranks in Board Game Geek. The expansion adds unique player powers, a prelude-style quick start mode. So if you're not familiar with that, Terraforming Mars was a game that perhaps overstayed its welcome at times, and one of the expansions introduced a get more resources early doors so you can get into the game quicker. That's what this is promising to add, as well as new aliens and a new mechanism that enhances the scanning ability for all players. So the whole thing's interesting, but the unique player powers, great, gives you something to focus on that other players maybe aren't, and the getting into the meat of the game quicker is always good for these games that can, at times, take a while to build up enough of a board presence to do anything meaningful. So, very interested in that. I don't know if you played much more SETI since.
No, unfortunately, I haven't had much chance to play any more SETI, particularly because Mark, who I play a lot of my Euro games up here with, bounced off of it. And it's just it's a little bit too long to take to the sort of weeknight clubs. So I need sort of a weekend Euro session for that.
Well, this prelude element may
help
things up enough.
Yeah, I'd definitely play more SETI if the opportunity came up. I like it well enough. I thought it was very solid,
Yep.
And I liked the modular alien bits. So, this looks good. I like unique player powers as well. That was something I liked, the way the player powers that exist in the game can sort of be researched differently, so you get slightly asymmetrical over the course of the game. So a little bit extra asymmetry is just always a nice add-on.
Nice touch.
Yeah.
And then within that same video, there is a new Galaxy Trucker expansion. So you may know or not know that a revised edition or second edition of Galaxy Trucker came out last year before last, with sort of new art and unfortunately larger tiles. So there's no integration option to those of us who have the 2007 or 2012 version.
They're smaller, actually.
What, the new tiles?
Yep.
Is it the other way around? I don't know. I've not
the old one has the larger tiles.
Smaller than those.
I don't know if they're smaller, thinner. Maybe slightly smaller, like almost imperceptibly smaller, but thinner.
Okay. Well, anyway, this is not compatible with my version, so I don't care. But it's coming out.
Well, just on the subject of this, because I do have all the original Galaxy Trucker. I love Galaxy Trucker. I know that it's very Marmite. I love real-time games. I love them. And most people do not. They're hard to get to the table as a result. And Galaxy Trucker, which is a big ask because it's half real time and half passively watching the outcome of your real time mistakes, is an even bigger ask. But I do love it, and so I do have all the original stuff. I also was given the second edition by CGE as a review copy. And I have opened it up and played it so that I could analyze the differences. There are a few not notable changes. Okay, first off, the rules, it's basically the exact same thing. There's no major changes. There's some like sort of little changes in the core game, but very, very, very little in terms of the rules actually changing. They did a Keep On Trucking expansion, which just added a lot of what was available in the original ones, including the different, the blue alien race, and the differently laid out ships, They have changed, again, some of the ship layouts slightly and some of the rules on the layouts slightly. The original printing also came with a even more ships expansion, which was basically a bag of ships that you could just buy. It didn't have a box, which I have. And those ships are absolutely bonkers. As far as I'm aware, they didn't re-release those for the expansions to the second edition. They did also have missions for the first edition. The missions were actually based on the app. The app offered missions, and then they were so successful they put the missions into the into the board game as an expansion. I don't know if they've released the missions for the second edition.
There are missions coming in Do What.
So Do What is adding the missions. I haven't seen everything that's in Do What. What I did notice was a few things. So there are missions in Do What, and yes, they do. I can see that they've got the crazy cargo, which is also in the missions in the original, the one that you and I have, Barry. Mm-hmm. There were, oh, well, I have both, but you know what I mean. The original that we both originally had. The missions look slightly different, but more or less the same. Most of the missions are like, take this incredibly dangerous piece and put it in your ship somewhere and then see if you can survive. But others will challenge you to like try to get through it with no weapons or in a certain number of space days and stuff like that. I've not played with missions too much because it was quite a late expansion. And honestly, it's already hard enough to get to the table. And often there's someone who's new to it. And all of my expansions are integrated and I'm not sorting out those pieces. So it's already super heavy. Because it's got all the extra stuff in, and I have to explain how like the aliens that come on board the ship work and stuff like that. I don't know if they added the aliens and the raiders to the second edition.
Don't know yet.
I don't think they have, which may well be because they were a bit fussier and a bit more difficult to run. But I do see that they've added some super dangerous cards to the Do What expansion. Some of these are familiar. There's something here on the back of the box that looks like a radiation explosion where your batteries blow up and blow up adjacent pieces. We've seen something like that in the original, but there's also something called a black hole. That's new. A phantom asteroid. That's new. And the Raider fleet, which looks like a new mechanism as well. They also seem to have added unique astronauts, which were never in the version you and I have.
Yeah.
As well as an option for turn-based shipbuilding, which is in the app. So you can turn off the real-time aspect of the game and play the shipbuilding as a turn-based affair. Why you would want to remove the most fun part of the game, I do not know, but it is now an option in the latest expansion. So, I think if you've got the second edition, and you like it, I can't see why you wouldn't want to get this. I think the unique astronauts are cool. The missions are fun. Super dangerous super cards. Like, look, Galaxy Trucker is most fun when everything's falling apart. So, if you can get super dangerous cards, then great. That's just more of the most fun part of the game, which is, a deep sense of Schadenfreude as your friend's impenetrable build just falls apart in front of them. Like, yeah, I wouldn't say no to more Galaxy Trucker. This has got some stuff I'm familiar with, some cool new stuff. If you like Galaxy Trucker, definitely check it out. If you don't know whether you like Galaxy Trucker, definitely look it up or try to get a game in. I don't recommend using the app as a way to play because Galaxy Trucker is so physical. Like, in the app, you sort of drag the pieces by like clicking and dragging them with a mouse and putting them back, so you can play real time in the app. I don't think it's the same.
Yeah, it's not the same, but it's still fun.
Yeah, I like the app too. I also don't know. I don't know if a lot of people would dislike the app, but like the board game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I don't know. But I if you do bounce off the app, maybe don't let that be your only check whether you enjoy the game. But fundamentally, if you don't like sort of fun stress and you don't like, a roller coaster thematic game, then you probably won't like this. So there you go.
Remember when I was winning Galaxy Trucker by miles and then you gave me the legally distinct but similarly shaped Borg sphere?
Yeah.
And then I got no points.
It's so difficult. This is a ship from the original More Ships expansion, and it looks just like a grid in front of you, but you have to imagine that it's a sphere, and so all the squares along the top are touching all the squares along the bottom, and each corner is touching 2 other corners.
Yeah.
So, just use your mind's eye. Get that right. But yeah, do love Galaxy Trucker, so I was pleased to see that they're putting out more stuff for it. It's a pity it's not compatible with the stuff we've got, but I suspect that there will be always some pros and cons to that.
You can definitely homebrew it, some of the things they've added. But
yeah, if there was something you really wanted, I'm sure you could homebrew a fix for this.
A couple other new bits and pieces. One game I wanted to talk about was Pandora's Legacy. So this is currently on Kickstarter. It should still be live when you're watching this or listening to this. Well, depends when you watch or listen to this. This is publishing under this is the first game from TED Ed. So TED Talks, you may be familiar with, or TEDx's. But TED Ed is TED's youth and education non-profit initiative. And whilst it's coming out, this is the first game on Kickstarter, the first game I think they've produced. The actual game is made by Post Curious, who you may know from various escape room style games, the Emerald Flame, the Morrison game, and the Light in the Mist. These are all some of the more highly regarded games in the escape room genre. So I have all of those aforementioned games, but I am yet to play a single one. I have a big list of sort of narrative and escape room style games to be played. I'm getting through them more and more, but I seem to be picking them up almost at the same pace as I'm getting through them. Regardless, I've backed this. I'm pretty confident I'll like it. It looks really good. There's a jigsaw element to this one, which I'm less keen on, but at least the jigsaw looks quite good. And then the escape, the puzzle element of it is something that I'm interested in. So I have backed this one, and I'll keep an eye on it just in case there's something I see that I don't like. But I'm in for this. I know you don't play many escape room style games typically, but
and it's not that I don't enjoy them. I haven't played any of the things you've just been talking about. And it's not that I don't enjoy them. It's just not something I get the chance to. Yeah. I think this looks fun. I like the art. I certainly like the art a lot. It looks really sweet. I'd definitely be interested in trying this out. It is not super cheap.
No. But none of the games have been. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
the Morrison game, I think, is the cheapest, or maybe Light in the Mist, but the Emerald Flame's a spenny one. It depends how you view it, right? I view these as like movies. Like if the four of you go and see a film, it costs roughly the same as what you might get 2 evenings worth of entertainment out of.
Yeah, it says this is a 12 to 15 hour playtime, so this is borderline campaign, Barry. How do you feel about that?
I get so these escape room games get away with it a bit more. I'm going to talk a little bit about video games just to explain why I've not been playing so many board games in a bit, but you'll see what I'm on about then. Subtle foreshadowing. Last one for me is I think we might have spoken about this before, but I can't remember. Forest Shuffle Exploration. So we've definitely spoken about Forest Shuffle Dartmoor.
We did mention Exploration as well.
Yeah, well, I think this is coming out of the expo, so I'll probably pick this up at the end of the month. Just another small box expansion for Forest Shuffle, which gives you unique cave powers, so first time kind of differentiating player powers, and a solo mode that's sort of challenge based. It should be out at the Games Expo later this month, and I'll probably pick it up, mostly because it comes with a lot of the promos that have previously been hard to get. But not all of the yeah, that was it. We spoke about it. It's not giving you all of the promos.
That's right. Well, on the subject of Forest Shuffle, when my buddy came to visit a couple weekends ago, we played Forest Shuffle with both expansions. This was the first time I'd played the expansions, so we just shuffled it all up and played Forest Shuffle. And I was hoping that this would sort of iron out some of the issues I had with the game and sort of, bring it more in line with what I was hoping it would be, which is to say a game that didn't have dominant combos. And it didn't, and I still disliked it, and it's now being sold.
Fair enough.
But so I don't know why this one isn't landing for me. You really like sort of card games and tableau builders and stuff, so it's clearly maybe more of a me thing than the game thing, but I just find like some of those, like we played our first game, we played, and we were my buddy just drew into all the wolves and deer and just built an incredible wolves and deer combo and then just won. It's like, all right.
I'll teach you. Okay, I guess there's not much you can do about that, particularly at 2-player. If that's the way it's going.
Well, I was playing all the wolves and the deer that I drew, or ditching them successfully, but it didn't matter because they drew more.
Fair. I mean, certainly they're diluted, if nothing else, with the expansions in them.
Yeah.
You're not guaranteed to see as many, so not every game is going to go that way. And in terms of, whether you're the minority or not in terms of playing this, I think For Shuffle's in its like 18th month of being top 3 most played on Board Game Geek. So so just from self-reported people playing, of course. But yeah, the other games that are up there are things like Harmonies and Arc Nova and things along those lines.
Yeah, I mean,
so it's popular and people do like it.
Yep, that's true. I also think there's quite a low skill ceiling for Shuffle, so I can see why it would be quite popular. And has a broad appeal. Also incredibly
Mike's
low
never scored
rules
above
overload.
60.
That's not true. However, and also like skills got, like I will admit I'm not very good at Forest Shuffle, but I also don't feel compelled to get better at it because I feel too much of the outcome is determined by luck of the draw anyway.
Fair enough.
So that's part of my problem with Forest Shuffle, I guess, which is a pity because I still love the art and I love the mechanism of putting the little creatures in the trees. And I really like the sort of the timing around killing the river and stuff like that. So, there's a lot in there that I do really like conceptually, but for me, it's just the functions of the cards, the dominant combos, and the luck of the draw that just keep it from being something I can really get along with.
Fair. Any other new things you've seen, or?
Well, I think I don't have too much in the news here. What I do have is this hybrid article. This sits somewhere in between played and the news, because I played Nippon Zaibatsu with the patrons. So they wanted to play this to see if they would be interested in backing it on crowdfunding, and I was happy to play it with them. So we all went away and learned how to play Nippon Zaibatsu, and we played a 4-player game on Tabletop Simulator, which is available as the campaign goes on. When you see this episode, there'll probably be about a week, maybe 9 days left. It is a game about manufacturing goods in Japan. It is from 2015, but there is now a new version being published in 2025, and it is also a reworking as well. There's quite a lot of changed and updated mechanisms. The designers have wonderfully pronounceable names, so this will be fine. Nuno Bizarro Sentiero and Paulo Soledade. Ha, flawless. And they're the same 2 designers as the original, and they've also collabed on Madeira, Panamax, Asian Tiger, La Stanza, and more. The artist is Maya Kirkuli, who did The City of the Great Machine and Fabled the Spirit Lands. And the publisher is Crowd Games, with a capital D at the end of Crowd. It's an American distributor who's distributed a lot of games in America, and they also published City of the Great Machine. And Nippon Zaibatsu is a 1 to 4 player heavy competitive Eurogame, heavy-ish, it's a 3.7 Eurogame, and in it you are a tycoon of industry in Japan, and you're manufacturing the 6 things that humans need for basic survival. Cotton, paper, magnifying glasses, bento boxes, light bulbs, and pocket watches. You have to develop your industries and a just diverse enough workforce while delivering goods to the 4 regions of Japan in order to maximize success. And so this was our learning game. None of us had played any Nippon before, so it was quite good to get in there and, explore the game, explore the systems. Overall, I quite enjoyed the game. It was reminiscent of these logistical Euros, where on your turn you sort of take a simple step towards a much larger logistical outcome you're hoping to manifest, and the timing of the steps and the slight order changes can really affect the outcomes. So I've put here, it reminded me of Shackleton Base a bit, Carnegie and Inferno, and also Video Game Champion, which is much, much lighter, but still has that same sort of sense of like, you know, tension around first come, first served outcomes and very sort of basic logistics steps as well. And, you know, you have to hope that you can sort of manifest what you're trying to do before another player either blocks you or scopes what you're doing and sort of starts working towards a counter. And in that sense, it can be very competitive. You know, you've got these 4 sections of Japan, which are area majority. And so everyone's hoping to ship their goods into these areas. And if someone spots what you're doing and then ships goods in right after you, they can dislodge you. If they ship goods in right before you, you might not be able to get in there. Either way, if their goods are better than you, you're probably in trouble anyway. But you can also eyeball the other factories that people are building and build and pivot to make different things. So if they're making pocket watches, you can make light bulbs and then you won't be competing directly. There's 3 phases to the game. Each phase is a scoring, or is sort of actions, and then a scoring round. And so after the 3rd scoring round, you also just go straight to final scoring. That's the end of the game. Almost all, in fact, all of your points during the scoring rounds will come from those area majorities on the board being assessed. And then the final scoring all comes from areas of your player board that you've unlocked for final scoring during the game. You can invest in either condition, so you could focus more on unlocking your player's board conditions, or you could focus more on the area majority on the board, but you definitely don't want to ignore one entirely. I think it'll be very hard to win that way. And it's not a game of big combos and chaining actions and hyper efficiencies. It is sort of small efficiencies and taking risks and potentially sacrificing an efficiency for getting in ahead of someone on something, or sort of pushing your other interests forward. I've got here a list of things that they changed. So this is truly a announcement for people who know about the first edition, have had a vague look at the second edition, and aren't sure what they've changed. So if you don't care at all about the first edition and you've never played it or you don't have it, you can just, skip ahead like a minute or something, or 2 minutes. If you do care, this list is not comprehensive, but it should give you a pretty good idea of what they've changed. So the silk is no longer produced in factories. It's now just a resource. Coal is still a resource, but it's no longer used as the good tokens. There's now separate good tokens. The main game actions have been tweaked and reworked, so there are changes to those to sort of streamline them. The player boards are completely different layouts. The biggest change is probably to the education track, which has now become the research and development track, and it functionally looks quite similar to the coal and income tracks. I mean, on the old boards, it looked basically the same anyway, but now it's an action on the main game board to advance up that instead of spending blueprints to go up it. Blueprints are completely gone. They're no longer in the game at all. There's now also a departmental bonus for workers. You still pay workers wages in the same way. It's still 3,000 yen, but per different color. But if you have a different color, or whatever worker you have at the very bottom, so the first action you took, will get you some kind of bonus based on their color. And if you have enough workers in the worker track, the top worker, if it's a different color to the bottom worker, will also get you a bonus. And these are called your departmental bonuses. And each different color has a different one. So there's a little game to play there. That's new. The in-game multipliers are gone. So that whole system of sort of getting a bonus and getting the multiplier, that's gone. Now instead what you've got is it's the same sort of system where you unlock the scoring opportunity by completing the worker track, and you'll get a better multiplier by going up the worker track. But instead of a strict multiplier now, it's a little it's a symbol. Strictly still the same system, like it's still a multiplier, but you don't actually see a multiplier and you don't do any math. You just go, okay, I've got the top tier symbol, so I get the top tier scoring, and then you reference a little icon on the player board to know what the score is. So it's just, it means people don't have to do mental arithmetic anymore, which is nice. The shipping is completely changed now. So now you've got a sort of a separate shipping area, and when you send the ships there, you upgrade the departmental bonuses for a specific color of meeple. It also adds a token to your worker track, so it helps you get to those higher score multipliers quicker. And now also the machine parts are integrated with the shipping and the train track. So previously, when you built a ship and a train, you would unlock like an income or something. Now there's a machine part in between them with the train and ship on either side, and they have the income linked to the train and the machine part and the boat and the machine part. So if you build only the train and the boat, you get nothing. But if you build the machine part and either, you get an income step. So if you build all three, you get 2 income steps, but not on every step of the tracks. So you sort of have to look at eyeball that. But so I guess they've just made that a little bit more complex, or maybe they wanted to reward you for building the machine upgrades as well. Anyway, those are the major changes, I thought. That, and of course, there's just an entire graphical overhaul. The original was very, very brown. Now it is much less brown. Only Japan is brown now. Everything else is very colorful.
Nice. I mean, I've not looked too much into the changes because it has been a while since I played Nippon. So this was prime time COVID era BGA. So at this point, we were playing a lot of Marco Polo, Voyages of Marco Polo 2, Nippon, and there was something else heavy in that mix. It wasn't Madeira because we wanted to play Madeira and we never quite got round to it. I think COVID started to ease up restrictions just as we were getting into that. So played Nippon 3 times back in on Board Game Arena, and the original, to our mind, was like super tight, right? At this point, we were looking for those really tight games where, very probably few actions throughout the course of the game, and each one very meaningful, and you could win or lose it on a single decision. Nippon was potentially the most scripted opening game that we played there. So Nippon original 2015 version had a slew of strategy kind of written about it, where you would pick kind of what you're going into, whether that's a paper strategy, a light bulb strategy, different factories, whatever it was there. And your first 6 actions or so were kind of, you had to play this way to really get enough to get going into round 2. And of those 3 games, I did 3 different strategies, and each time I won. And I was like, and then people stopped playing it with me. But I've played with the same players each time, and they're all competent at these kind of games. So I think that it was good that they were viable. I do think I was first player twice, and I do think there was a strong first player advantage from what I remember. But I've not played it recently, and I've not played it enough to know whether any of those changes you mentioned are strict improvements, whether that opens up the game to a little more variability in the opening moves, or whether it will be, or even different enough that it opens up whole new strategies. I don't know. But I did enjoy it. I don't know how you found the game that you played. Had you played the original?
So I've not played the first edition. I do know that there were some criticisms that sort of beelining into like one of the more advanced factories as quickly as possible was like a game-breaking strategy. I can't speak to the authenticity of that. As a bunch of Nippon novices, all 4 of us having never played before, we didn't encounter that problem at all. It all felt fairly open. It felt like there were various routes to success. The factories, I don't know how much, if at all, they've changed the power levels. There are clearly more factories because there are at least 6, 1 for each type, that are optional. Do you know, in the original, you know how the regions have specific desires?
Yes.
Were those randomized on the board? Or were they fixed? Were they the same every time?
Now.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably been close to 5 years since I last played.
Well, they are randomized now, so I don't know if that was something maybe they added to sort of try to
Hmm.
break up these fixed openings. But I think also obviously the bonuses from the departmental bonuses could have an impact on that as well, because the meeples are very random. Um, but yeah, I mean, I didn't observe anything like that. I do think it is a deterministic enough game that you could definitely know some good solid opening moves over time. You could establish that, specifically around which factories you wanted to go for and what you wanted to do. Now I'm conscious that I decided I was going to try to up at my R&D track as quickly as possible, and there are randomized starting resources, and then I got the ones I wanted, but then another player took the shipping spot I wanted, but then I got a factory that I wanted. So I kind of realized half of my strategy. But the point I was trying to make was that if I'd had a fixed dead set desire on what I wanted to do, one of the other players could have disrupted it. Um, and they disrupted what I was doing, albeit that wasn't any kind of known established strategy, just
Hmm.
what I fancied. But yeah, I liked it well enough. I think that the area majority element of the game has a real scope for savagery. There is a lot of points on the table for the area majority. I think probably half your score could come from there. Um, Maybe a little less than half, but it really depends on how those majorities shake out and how competitive everyone else is being with them. Um, but I think it's enough, even if it's only 30% of your final score, because it's being quite evenly distributed amongst the players. It's still enough to swing the game, right? Um, and I think that didn't really manifest in our game, just because on TTS it's a bit difficult to like eyeball the whole table and really pay attention to what other people are doing. Whereas I think in real life, where you can sort of eyeball what factories other people are building and you're watching them build those factories, and you can see, okay, my opponent over here is going big in on light bulbs, and maybe I know that they're my main competition, so I'm going to get light bulbs too to stop them getting all the light bulb points. I can compete with them on light bulbs. Like, I do think there is this sort of there can be some real competitive edge to the area majority, and that sort of was reminiscent of the meanness with the route building and also the action selection in Carnegie, and also the board element of Barrage. The stealing of certain pools and building infrastructure that pivots off of other people's water flow and stuff like that. Obviously, mechanically, not exactly the same, quite different, in fact, but sort of in terms of feel, and sort of how you're setting up these complex logistics chains, and then other people need to look at what you're doing with your logistics and you know bounce off of it or potentially profit off what you're doing. So I definitely think there's a lot of scope for that didn't really come out in our game. um, like I mentioned a bunch of times, this really is about tight logistics and paying attention to what other people are doing. I reckon if you like Barrage and you like Carnegie, you'll probably quite enjoy this. If you like, I've also written Hansa Teutonica, which I think is pretty fair. Like, again, but that's much quicker to play,
Yeah,
much punchier and faster. You don't in Hansa's more tactical. You don't need as much sort of long term thinking, whereas
yeah,
in
depends
these
where
other
your
games you
opponents are
do.
going.
But I still think there's the same sort of feel in terms of just like looking at what your opponents are doing. I think if you don't watch what they're doing in this, you'll be quite um, handicapped in terms of how far you can go. Um, yeah, I've written vaguely reminiscent of Shackleton base as well, just because your turns tend to be quite quick and you're sort of taking one step towards the next thing you need to be doing rather than pulling off some awesome combo that you've been building up for turns and turns. There's not really any of that. Normally, I think this would absolutely be my sort of thing. But I thought two things. One, I mean, it's not even that expensive. Like the retail version's 50 quid and the deluxe version's like 70. And the deluxe one comes with some wooden pieces and some metal coins. It looks like a nice production. And certainly the iconography and stuff was all very good. Um, I've not written off the idea of pledging to the campaign, but I probably won't, just because I feel like I'd rather play Carnegie or Barrage instead.
Yeah, fair.
Um, they play in roughly the same time. I thought if anything, like obviously our game on TTS was way too long, but that's true of all TTS games. But I get the impression that Nippon Zaibatsu might be a little bit too long. I think you get something like 28 actions, which is a lot for this sort of game, and it does sort of run on quite a long time, and I feel like it probably spends a little longer than it wants to getting that industry in place. You know, it really feels like, you know, I was saying to the guys as we were playing, like, you know, the first half of this is going to be just building up your engine, building up your industry, and then the second half of this game is going to be sort of like trying to turn that industry into those area majorities so you can get those points, and that is largely what happened. Albeit you never really stop building industry. That does keep happening. And also, like, it took a bit too long to get to the fight for area majority, and it didn't manifest as much. And that might just be because we're novice players, but I also feel just like the game's a bit too long. But, you know, I would happily play it. If someone wanted to bring it out, I'd happily play it.
Yeah.
I'd happily give it a bunch of goes. But I also don't know if I would really, over the long term, if there is a bunch of sort of scripted set openings, I'm not sure if that would probably turn me off it rather than onto it.
I think I've said before that having scripted openings isn't a huge turn off for me, but after getting through those initial few moves, the game has to open up to go into the different options, and it's not just you're locked in from the start. Obviously, there are ways to disrupt the other players, but certainly I remember coming into each of my plays with a game plan, depending on where I was in the player order and whether I'd have access to the certain factories at the start or not, and then played that out from there. And you know, once I got on turn one, then it was kind of just okay. Well, what am I doing? But getting a strong start, I think is fine to have those kind of moves, and I think that happens in a lot of games, but it just maybe means a lot more in this one.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see how that plays out because, yeah, I agree. Like, there's only a couple of viable actions for your first two actions. Like, that's fine, totally fine. If you know it wants to script 30% plus of the game, I'm out. Like, I want to feel like I'm making decisions and having interesting choices, not, you know, trying to follow an already optimized path. So the game's got to be dynamic enough to account for that. And that brings us to the end of the news.
Nice.
Because that was part of the news, even though it sounded like the played section. Because now we're moving into the actual played section. And
what have we played? It is the play section. I'll work on that jingle.
yeah, we're still workshopping that. But if you loved it and don't need us to change it, let us know in the comments. Right. I've got just one quick mention, which is Shackleton. Played it again. Played it at 4. Still very good. Happy to play. We played with Artemis Tours, Selenium Research, and Tamars as the 3 corporations. So 2 of the recommended starting ones, plus the complex Tamars corporation. Yep, it was good. Tamars is a bit crazy. This definitely felt like sort of more of that tough logistical thing. Nobody was pulling off big mega combos like in the other game. Possibly that was just the set of corporations we had, or very specifically this one card that enabled players to sort of really profit quite rapidly. But yeah, it was very good. I think Shackleton Base is a solid one. Definitely worth looking into. But for more information, listen to the last episode.
Correct. But maybe get to play it at Games Expo. Someday will have it. Right, well, in terms of games played, I've actually not played too many the last couple of weeks. Girlfriend's moved into a new place, got the keys last weekend, and whilst not having a car in London is not usually a problem, it does become a problem when you've got to shift 50 litres of paint from B&Q to the door. So this week I've mostly been playing video games. And I am 80 hours into Blueprints. Don't know if you've seen that.
I've only heard of Blueprints. People have mentioned it.
It is great if you like that sort of thing. I have a notebook. In fact, I have my notebook here. I have filled the entirety of this notebook with notes for the blueprints, and I've now started a second notebook for notes, and I don't know how close I am to the end. Every time you think you've solved something, something else comes up. Anyway, great game if you like that sort of thing. Also, I'm about 40 hours into Expedition 33, which is a great turn-based RPG. But just coming to Game Pass, which is where I've been playing these other games, Xbox Game Pass, I'm about 30 minutes into Dredge, Subtle Foreshadowing.
Yes, I've played a small amount of Dredge.
Yeah, I've not played enough to really get into it yet, because it only came out on, well, I say for free, but obviously I pay for Game Pass. It only came out on Tuesday or Wednesday or something. No, today's Wednesday, so Tuesday.
I played just enough of Dredge to go, this is really neat, and if I had the time, I would get really into it.
Yeah, very possibly the same. But one game I have managed to play a few times is Leaders. It's on Board Game Arena ahead of its release, and you can check it out over there if you want to play it right now. This is a game published by Studio H and designed by Hugo Frenoy, and I think this is his first game, or at least his first game listed on Board Game Geek. The artist for this one is Xavier Guinefi Durin, and he also did art for Seasons and Tuluva, which I think is an underrated game. You ever played Tuluva?
I have not.
It's like a little island builder, and you the different heights matter, and where you place your little villages matter. It's fun. Give it a go, but I'm not reviewing that right now. I'm not talking about that and what it is. So Leaders is a 2-player only, desperately doesn't want to be an abstract game. Players activate, then draft characters from a shared pool, adding one to the board each turn, and the goal is to pin your opponent's leader by having 2 of your PCs touching their leader or otherwise locking it in place, Hive Queen style, for that. So players, it's a sort of hexagonal board, and you can move, I think they are hexes, but they hide it by doing them as circles. Now I come to think about it. It's effectively a hex board that you start with your leaders in the back corners, and then on your turn you must move all of your PCs or use their special power. Your leader doesn't have a special power. But a player turn, pick a piece in any order, you can activate them in any order, move them one space, or activate their power, whatever that does. And those powers tend to be move a piece adjacent or not adjacent to it, move this piece so it touches your leader, move this piece, or pieces touching this can't be moved. Various powers on these cards. And then at the end of your turn, once you've activated or moved each of your pieces, there is a row of cards which will give you another piece, each with a unique power. You'll draft one of them, you'll add that piece to your back line, and then it's the other player's go. And so that will continue until both players have 5 picks from the row, and then if nobody's won by that stage, you just keep alternating turns until somebody eventually wins. The first player advantage is mitigated by the second player getting 2 drafts for their first turn, just in case that's important to what people are thinking about. But this is, at its core, an abstract game. It gives the same vibes as something like Onitama, which we just spoke about, Hive, which I just mentioned there, the Duke, or the newer version Centurion, or more specifically, and what it kind of looks a little like, is War Chest. So these are all very well regarded abstract head-to-head style games. Very lofty company to keep, and I think it's fair to put Leaders within that same kind of category. So Leaders is probably more fun than any of those other games I just mentioned. They're a lot more thinky, I would say, than Leaders is. But the advantage that Leader has that I don't think any of the other games has is you on your turn you use all of your pieces in a sequence of your choice. So that lets you set up some big combos that those other games don't have. You've got to maneuver your opponent into a corner on those other games because you can only move one piece a turn generally. Whereas this game, you can move up to 5 pieces or possibly more, depending on what the powers are that you've drafted. And you can do it in a way where it becomes quite difficult to see all the potential moves in the future, and the sequencing matters, and the way whether you move a piece or use its power matters, whether you can use a piece to move a piece to move a piece, and then get their move to capture the leader is important. But it is also a lot lighter than all of those games as well. The games are 10 minutes, if that, especially on Board Game Arena. And there is some potential for confusion, I would say. I like that Board Game Arena keeps me correct as to what I can and can't move, because when you're tracking what all 10 powers are, some effectively negate what you can and can't do. And I guess my unfamiliarity with the game means sometimes you read it wrong. A lot of pieces say a non-adjacent piece, and a lot of pieces say an adjacent piece. I'm forgetting whether the one you're going to activate, I mean, it's written down on the card you have, but forgetting whether it's an adjacent or non-adjacent piece, you try to do something, Board Game Arena will stop you. Whereas in real life, until you get familiar with those, you'll probably make a few mistakes. Or you maybe just be smarter than me, which is also very possible. But yeah, after a few games, I'm sure you'd get over that hump in real life. So I'm not sure whether Leaders is a Kickstarter or just not yet come to retail. I think it's just not quite out yet. I think it's coming very, very soon. And if you enjoy lighter, abstract style games, particularly competitive 2-player abstract style games, this is definitely one you should give a try. And if you can get on Board Game Arena to give it a go, I would say do that. But it could be something that's worth buying for you. You probably get a lot of value out of playing it with a regular partner and coming up with the sort of different meta as to what you draft when it comes up. There is an advanced variant, and I did look at the rules, but it seemed worse.
It's a theme. We keep looking at advanced variants that are worse than the base game. What's the case here?
I haven't played it yet. I think it's just to do with drafting the deck that you draw from. And it just seemed to add fuss to a game that I don't think needed it, that values the variety or gets more out of the variety than it does from pinning down a certain deck to begin with. I'll see if I can find the rules anywhere. Oh, interesting. There is a puzzle version on the website. That is interesting. I like that. I don't know if that's going to be in the full game.
Oh, a puzzle version where it's like, you've got these pieces here and your opponent has these pieces here. How do you fix this in 4 moves?
Correct. It's set up. The objective in each of the puzzles is to find how to win that turn. So it will really teach you how to use the pieces and make you look for
I
sort of
do
combos.
like those. I get those pings on Facebook all the time where it's like, this is a killer chess move. Why? And then I sit there and stare at it for a long time, and I'm like, oh, I'm not good at chess.
Well, at the moment, they seem to be posting a new puzzle every week on social media. There's 13 up there. That is interesting to me, and something that may...
Yeah, I like that too.
If it's in the main box, it may push me to get it. You set them up and then do a little puzzle for solo could be fun.
Yeah, they should definitely just make it like a print and play document if they're putting it on their socials anyway. Yeah,
I guess by the time they put them all up, they can put it into a single document rather than just have the JPEGs there. Let me just have a look. I'm in the rules, and there is the expert mode. Follow the setup page 3. Place the corresponding characters on top of each other. There's a banishment phase. Starting with the first players. Oh, it seems to be like League, where you can just ban a card each. I mean, it just... I guess it stops... If something's broken in the game and there's a dominant strategy and they've not caught it in playtesting, or your meta with whoever you're playing it with always drafts this one card because you think it's much stronger than the others, I guess it just
Gets around that.
Yeah, it gets rid of that, fine, but I don't think it adds anything.
Well, I think it's good that
To
it's there as an option. It reminds me of Super
yeah,
Fantasy Brawl, where each player would pick 5 heroes to bring, and then you would do a draft so you could see which 5 your opponent has, and you'd each
yeah.
play with 3. But the start of the draft was you ban one from your opponent's 5, and they ban one from your 5, and then you
Well,
pick.
yeah, like I say, with League,
So,
it's a MOBA
mm,
thing where you can ban champions
yeah.
that are either dominating the meta or something you don't want to play against. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see here on Board Game Geek as well that it's got these little cardboard standees with wooden bases, or maybe they're plastic. They look wooden, but it looks great. It looks really cool.
Yeah. I think I've seen in the forum somebody's asking for a miniatures version. It's just like, no, the game does not need a miniatures version.
No, get out of here. I do like that there's like giant minotaur and floating sorcerer woman and giant ent tree warrior, and then there's like a gopher.
Yeah.
What's with this gopher?
There's like, there's you get a guy and his cat. They count. You get 2 pieces, but the cat can't capture.
Oh, there we go. It's the cat. Okay, because I can see the guy at the back there, and he's got a matching cape. All right, yeah. That's what it is. I thought it was just a piece on its own. I was like, why is that so distinctly non-warlike compared to these others? No, the pieces look great. Yeah, it looks really neat.
Played a few games. Some have ongoing abilities, some have use on your turn abilities, and some have unique abilities. There's a couple of unique abilities that you kind of get when you draft or just have to pay attention to. The Nemesis piece is the most odd one because every time, I think it's very strong, every time your opponent's leader moves, it moves too.
Oof.
And that also includes if you use a piece to move their leader.
Mm-hmm.
Or they use a piece to move their leader. So you might get a double move out of it on their turn, and it can do a lot. So I think if I was going to ban anything, I'd probably end up banning that one. But
well, the top comment on this photo on BGG is just, I like how one of them is just a beaver. So I wasn't the only one that had this reaction. But yeah, this looks great. Definitely keep an eye on that when it comes out.
Cool.
All right. Well, I've got a whole bunch to get into because unlike Barry, I've been playing a lot of board games. So I've handpicked like 4 or 5 to talk about in detail out of the great number I've been playing. But I'm going to start off with the lightest of the bunch. It was a Kickstarter I received recently. This is Fled. It came out very recently. It is designed by Mark K. Swanson, who is the founder of Oddbird Games, who is also the publisher of this game, and you will know them as the publisher of Feudum. Mark is the designer of Feudum. It's his only other game. Feudum is, of course, the giant, mad, Euro-esque control. I don't know how to describe Feudum.
I don't know. I've never played it. I've only ever watched the video, and I thought it was a joke the first time I seen it.
I have played it. It is a functioning, playable game. It's actually pretty good. It is, but it's very long. It's not that long. It's Niva. It's 4 hours. So it's long, but it's actually not that bad once you get into it. Having said that, I was taught this by a very competent friend. I would probably not want to be bringing this to the table and teaching people. And as a consequence, I've only played it the once. But I did like it. I do now own Feudum because I think it's so unique and weird and interesting, but it's hard to get to the table. Anyway, I guess this was a bit of a reaction to that. And before I move on, the art is by Clemens Franz, who many of you will know as the artist behind all of Uwe Rosenberg's games, or many of them. And lots of other Euro games too.
Among others, yeah.
Among 300 odd titles, 300 and something odd titles. I backed this because I think Feudum is weird and interesting and complex. As a result, I am interested in Mark's designs. So I backed this. This is a 2 to 4 player, 60-ish minute competitive tile laying game with hand management. And so what you've got is you've got a handful of 5 tiles, and each turn you're playing 1 into the board, and then playing 2 more from your hand to take actions based on what kind of tile they are, and then draw back up. So you're sort of managing these multifunctional tiles. The tiles are all rooms in a prison. This is set during the great potato famine in Ireland, and the English military prison guards are looking after the Irish, they're imprisoning the poor Irish, starving Irish people that are stealing food. And so you are some Irish lads trying to break out of the prison. And there is an English warden and some other English wardens and a friendly chaplain who are all on the board, not controlled by anyone, but activated, and people can take mean moves with them. But not the warden, not the chaplain. Chaplain's friendly, but the wardens are bad. And other players can control them, but nobody strictly controls them. They're sort of a universal threat if you go near them. But functionally what you're doing is you're taking one of those tiles from your hand. It's got 1 or 2 prison rooms on it. You add it to the board, following some rules about matching up the room types and also the entryways. So rooms are connected by like doors and windows and arches and things, and you have to sort of line it up so it actually works. And then once you've added a tile to the prison, then you play 2 more tiles from your hand to take actions in the prison, and you're the prisoner. You're moving your prisoner around. Functionally, what you're trying to do is get to certain rooms so you can collect contraband, and then get to other rooms so you can trade the contraband for tools. And when you've amassed enough tools, you can escape. But escaping does not on its own represent victory. You also need to have stuff. So all of the tiles you collect, whether it's contraband or lucky shamrocks or tools, all of the tiles in your inventory at the end of the game will be worth points. And you could functionally escape, but if you don't have a lot of tiles, you would still lose because someone might not escape but have more points than you anyway because they've collected lots of valuable things. Some of the tiles you play from your hand will activate a warden, and then if you can move it so that it stands on someone else's pieces, they are punished. And that's sort of functionally how that works. Otherwise, the wardens don't really do anything. They just kind of stand around. It uses this interesting historical setting, which I thought were interesting. To that point, the meeples are screen printed, and I was playing with someone who has a historical interest, and they were saying they didn't think that the uniforms looked right. So we looked it up, and they were correct. So we learned something, and that was interesting. Having said that, we played at 4. There are some tiles you add in to the 4-player game. And the game ends either when somebody escapes, you finish like the round, and then it's done, or when you run out of the tiles to play, and someone can't draw back up to the hand of 5. Then everyone plays one more round, and then it's done. And our game ended like super abruptly. I think like me and one other player were a couple of turns away from escaping, but also like almost none of us had any items at all. I think I worked out that if you escape with the maximum value inventory, your score is 16 points. And me and one other player tied on 3.
Right, okay.
When the game ended. We were like, there's so few tiles in the game that you have to be hyper efficient about how you play them if you're actually going to escape. And because there's so many constraints about where you play them, you can't always make your route better. And sometimes you're just trying to place them awkwardly for other people. And some tiles also have to be played. Like there's certain rooms that are unique and augment the game when they come into play. And if you have one of those in your hand, you're forced to play it. And so it's not like you can sort of really focus on optimizing a route to escape. So it felt a bit like we just had way too few actions. And it seems like the game wants to create this situation where you're running around and trying to get this stuff, and then wardens are arresting you, and then you're losing the stuff, and then you're getting setbacks, but then you're going for another daring escape. But there's nowhere near enough actions for that. And so it felt almost like the game was hoping we would collaborate with each other to sort of create a viable escape route. But there's no incentive to do that, because if you're putting down tiles that help other people, or help you and another person, then unless you can get more actions than them, which you might be able to do, it really depends, because placing a tile is not an action. It's sort of something you're forced to do at the top of your turn. You might still win, but you're not incentivized to help anyone at all. And they might actively sabotage you later, but there's no reward for helping anyone. Mm-hmm. Also, the moving of the wardens, one player did it once, and then was like, you know what, this game, the actions are too tight. Like, I don't have the action economy in this game to be spending my time moving the wardens around to punish one of 3 adversaries. I need to be focused on my escape. And the sort of the final like thing I'd mention here at this stage is the way the escape is managed is there's a forest around the prison. And so when there's a central tile and everything starts building outwards from the central tile. And each tile, it's like a domino, right? It's like two halves, and either the whole tile is one room or each half is a different type of room. But when you count sort of six halves away from the central tile, that's when you get into the forest. And you can't play the forest parts of the tiles down unless they're six spaces away from that central tile. Now, I have a mat that came with the game that makes this very clear and easy to parse. If I didn't have that mat, I think we would all have been sat there counting tiles and making mistakes, and it would have been a real pain in the ass. So I don't think that's a very good design choice. I think that it's got the concept is quite novel, right? Like the idea of sort of we're all building this board and you're compelled to build the board and there's some restrictions about how you're building the board. Like I like that, you know? And then we're all moving around the board and taking actions to move around the board. It's not something that immediately springs to mind as something a lot of games utilize. The only game I actually thought of was the Night Cage. But again, you're not really building the board, you're kind of discovering it, and it's dynamic. And then that's a co-op as well, so it's very different. But I also think like the rulebook is not good, and Mark, the designer, makes strange and quirky choices. I generally will forgive that if the game is good and interesting. I don't think this one's good enough. Certainly, it's interesting, but I don't think it's good enough to want to accommodate that stuff. I actually think without the rules video from Ryan, so I think Mark must have hired Ryan from Nights Around a Table to make a rules video. Ryan's very, very good. I really like his rules videos. So I was fortunate that Ryan had done that because I read the rule book like twice and there were just not good examples and there was some stuff that was still unclear. And I was like, and to be fair, you know, I'm particularly fastidious, right? I don't want to be looking up rules when I've brought a game to game night, so I want to make sure I'm really across it. And I did not get the level of satisfaction I wanted from that rule book. But I don't know. I just feel like once you get into this flow of the game, I just don't think that there's enough interesting dynamism there. I think it's always going to feel too short and like you're really just forced to hyper optimize, and certain elements of the game like the wardens and stuff are going to be hugely situational. So I think this one's a kind of a swing and a miss, really.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. It's not particularly well regarded on Board Game Geek 6.1, but I guess some of that's to do with the theme.
Hey folks, Editor Mike here, jumping in to talk a bit about the theme of Fled. Barry and I went on to talk about it on the podcast, but I don't think we really did it justice, and we went back and forth a bit, and there was some confusion around some of the facts. So I just wanted to re-record this bit, really, and just give it kind of the justice it's deserved. Because effectively what I go on to say about the theme in Fled is that it's quite an interesting period of history, and it doesn't seem touched upon in games, and it does feel peculiar that quite a light game would touch on such a serious period of history. And then Barry and I go on to speculate a bit about why Mark chose that and chose to explore it in this kind of game. And really, I don't think there's a good answer, and a little bit of digging on BGG has revealed why people might have given this such a low rating for its theme, and I'm not surprised. I wanted to give Mark the benefit of the doubt, Mark Swanson, the designer, but I can see from an earlier version of the rulebook that he has had to pull it back a bit. So just for clarity, the Irish famine, I don't know a lot about it. I have since been reading the Wikipedia page, and it's incredibly tragic, you know, and I sort of, you know, I know some stuff about it, but I didn't know a lot of these facts. So just in very brief, it was a 7-year famine that lasted from 1845 to 1852. At this time, Ireland was entirely occupied by the English and part of the part of Great Britain. Of course, now that's not true. In 1922, the south of Ireland became independent, leaving only Northern Ireland as part of the United Kingdom. The famine itself was caused by blight that affected potato crops, and these were made up most of Ireland's food at the time, and this was largely because any other resources were being taken away by the English and sent to the colonies in America. The conditions put upon the Irish by the English landlords who owned most of Ireland, and also the conservative government at the time, massively exacerbated the impact of the blight as well, and it kind of produced a perfect storm that resulted in a century of population decline and cultural devastation. The Whigs, which was the government at the time, now the Conservative Party in England, referred to the the Irish as morally destitute and not worth helping. So that gives you kind of an insight into their opinion of the Irish at the time. Of course, what happened was, for the 56-year period that followed 1845 up to 1901, the Irish population was reduced from 8.5 million people to 4.4 million, a loss of almost half of the population, with roughly 1 million dying to the famine itself, and the other 3.1 fled the country due to the conditions over the course of the next 50 years. During most of this period, Spike Island, which is a place in the south of Ireland with a military base on it, that military base was repurposed to use as a prison due to the sheer volume of prisoners that needed to be held, mainly because the Irish were being arrested for anything and everything by the English who owned their land. This of course, was a really tragic time, all told. And in the version of the Fled rulebook I have, which is the final printed version, a lot of the fluff, it's still a little light. The point is, having looked through the rulebook, it doesn't really touch on the tragedies of these events. It probably ought to have done a little bit more to do that. I can also see that originally it was a lot more flippant. There are actually 3 versions of the rulebook up on BGG. I'm a board game geek. I'm very surprised that they haven't taken down the original version. I've just pulled a few examples that people were raising, and Barry spoke about these in the bit I've cut, but didn't have all the facts. And so that's just why I'm clearing this up. But on page 2 of the first version of the rule book, the introduction that introduces the theme of the game, it reads, "Ireland's potato famine left you leaner than a 4-line limerick. Even worse, it drove you to petty theft." Which is a bit flippant. It's much too flippant for this kind of heavy subject matter. Let's keep in mind that this changed the course of the entire nation and had far-reaching impact that went on to, it went on, it still has, still felt today very much so. So that was amended. Now in the latest version of the rulebook, the printed version, it reads, "Ireland's famine drove you to petty theft." So they pulled out the flippant line about the limerick. Fair enough. Another example is on page 13. In version 1 of the rulebook, it reads, "During the famine, Ireland was not a land flowing with milk and honey, or potatoes for that matter." It was actually full of potatoes. That was the problem. There was way too many potatoes. I think this was part of the economic setup at the time. I'm not sure exactly why they were growing so many potatoes, but it was to do with the English landlords and the way they sold their land to these administrators called middlemen, who would effectively viciously exploit the Irish population to grow whatever was needed for the colonies and for the empire. But of course, it meant there was so many crops of potatoes, and of course, they were all infected by the blight. That's why it had such a devastating impact. Anyway, that line was changed, which is good. It was changed to, "During the famine, Ireland was not a land flowing with ample resources." So, better, but the overall tone of the game is still not great. And it is possible that perhaps a different theme might have been more appropriate, or else greater sensitivity to the subject matter shown. It's clear that there was not enough sensitivity shown initially, and an attempt was made to correct this, and I'm kind of reluctant to give them credit for that. I guess it's better that they caught something in time, but realistically, they shouldn't have published a rule book. I mean, it's taken me all of 20 minutes looking at Wikipedia to figure out how badly this has been handled. They designed a whole game, and they should definitely have caught this much, much earlier and corrected it before anything public was published. So anyway, back to the episode.
I think a game could approach this topic. I don't think the topic itself is taboo the same way, games dealing with colonialization aren't in themselves taboo, but it's all about how you respect and educate to a degree.
Well, in the modern era, we would like to see, respect, education, factoids, acknowledgement, and ideally some representation of, the nuance and subtleties of these things within the game's mechanisms.
Yeah.
So that's a pity. Anyway, regardless of how you feel about the theme, you can safely write this off because the game's not good anyway.
Yeah. All right, Fled. Does look a little bit like a Friedson game. I bet he's mad that he never got Fled out first.
They stole the F title.
Running out of F words, yeah. I think you've still played a lot more than me, so I'll save my last game to talk about if you go out and do another one.
Game number 2. So this is Assault on Doomrock Ultimate Edition. This came out, Assault on Doomrock came out in 2014. This edition was crowdfunded in 2023. The designer is Tom Stasiak. The artists are Tomasz. Oh, there's a whole ton of Polish people whose names I'm going to ruin. I apologize in advance, every one of you.
I almost feel like they prefer you didn't try to say them, but
yeah,
rather than hear them.
I know. Anyway,
What did you say about that guy's mother?
It's Tomasz Florkiewicz, Przemysław Geremek, Michael Grochalak, Adam Kabalak, Bartosz Pławecki, Marcin Rubinkowski, and Tom Stasiak. And I looked them up, and it looks like most of them are video game artists with quite solid video game credits, but not a lot of board game credits. The publisher is Beautiful Disaster Games, which is Tom Stasiak's company. Tom has published a few titles through Beautiful Disaster Games. This includes Crisis at Steamfall and the expansion Crisis at Steamfall Genesis, which you may have noticed I covered on the channel when they were on crowdfunding. Those were not sponsored, but I have worked with Tom in that capacity, covering those prototypes for free for his campaigns, and this was a review copy of his game that I received from him, although I've never actually done sponsored content for Tom. So take of that what you will. This is a 1 to 4 player cooperative adventure game. You are adventurers who are seeking to confront and defeat the boss of Doomrock. You have to journey to Doomrock in order to do this, and then you will fight bosses along the way, and it's a 3-session game. So functionally, each session, which takes about 60 to 90 minutes to play, is 2 phases. A journey phase, where you're moving through different locations, and then a confrontation, where you confront a boss of some description. In the 3rd session, you will come upon Doomrock, and then the final boss fight will be at Doomrock. You can pause and put away the game between sessions if you want, or you can just leave it set up. It's up to you. And you have to defeat this final boss or die trying, and that's the game. There is a real like sort of tongue-in-cheek humor to this game. It's got a real sort of sense, it's flippant sensibility about fantasy and quite a dry humor. I thought it was very amusing. Um, there is a 60-page rulebook for the Ultimate Edition, so a lot of rules, but it's not too bad. Once I learned them, and actually it does have a tutorial that you can do as well, which isn't too bad. Although it's not part of the game, it doesn't lead you into the game, so you do the tutorial and then you play the game after that. Um, and it teaches you the combat first, because really the adventure phase is all about preparing for the big fights, and then you do the big fight. So there is quite a lot of rules. But once you start playing the game, actually, we barely had to look anything up and it flowed really well. You start by picking like a character class. There's a whole bunch of different character classes, and they rank them in the rulebook by their sort of beginner friendliness. So you got your sort of beginner friendly classes, your more advanced classes, some classes that rely on some of the expansion content included in the Ultimate Edition, and then like a hyper complex class that you only use if you're mad insane. So we sat down, we played through the first 2 sessions, and then we took a break, came back for the 3rd session the next day. And during the adventure sections, you're just spending this resource called time to go to these different locations, and then you can engage in different activities there. And you might unlock sort of tokens to bring into the battle with you. You might take damage. You can also camp. And when you camp, you can heal damage and level up if you can afford it. You get silver coins, and you have to spend the silver coins to level up. You'll also find equipment that you can equip. Each of your characters has a certain amount of equipment they can carry, about 6 cards, and they've got a certain number of powers. You start with 3 powers. One is a very generic power everyone has that basically allows you to move, and the other 2 powers are class-based, so you'll pick a class that'll come with 2 powers, and then you can get up to 3 more powers over the course of the game. After that, you have to start swapping powers in and out, but you can't swap out those 3 you started with. You always keep those. And the adventure session, it's like thematic character building, really. You know, you're just kind of managing the spending of this time resource to go and do little activities that get you money and equipment, and then you can spend the money to level up, maybe. And then it sort of climaxes with this boss fight. And the boss fight is, it's reminiscent of Boss Battlers, which is kind of amazing because this actually came out before a lot of contemporary Boss Battlers. It's 2014, so this was before, Oathsworn, it was before Dark Souls, it was before Kingdom Death Monster, it was before Townsfolk Tussle. Predates all of those, and actually I think its combat is as good as any of those, albeit a lot lighter and quicker. And it uses this system of abstracting the battlefield. So what you've got are these tokens that represent you and that represent a monster or a set of monsters. And they exist on a battlefield that is not anywhere, right? It's just your tabletop. And all you're doing with the tokens is tracking whether or not you are in a specific group or on your own. And when you're in a group, you'll just move your token adjacent to the other tokens, and every token that's next to each other together in that area is in a group. And if you're separated from the group, then you move the token out of the group, or possibly into a different group. And if you're playing with the terrain expansion, which we were, you'll have some bits of terrain that start just on the table, and if you move adjacent to the terrain, now you're next to the terrain. And then if other monsters move next to you, they become part of that group, they're adjacent to you and the terrain. And it's brilliant. It's really, 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 really clever. It's so simple, and it creates a real sense of dynamism that I did not expect when I read the rules for it. But it really felt like we were on a battlefield, having a battle with things moving around, and it was dynamic, even though there's no grid, there's no hexes, there's no movement values. You're just moving tokens around so they're next to each other or not next to each other. The actual system itself, the battle is super, super lean, right? Because you do only 4 rounds, and each round begins with the hero's sort of planning phase. And what you're actually doing during the planning phase is like a dice thrown Yahtzee-style dice rolling thing, except instead of trying to make Yahtzee hands or poker hands, you're trying to just roll the numbers you need. which are indicated on your character cards. So you'll have numbers on your abilities, and you can put some abilities can have more than one dice on them. But you get up to 2 rerolls, which is why it's reminiscent of those other games. You can also put some dice onto the terrain to trigger those. And 1s and 6s can be cashed in for some extra combat tokens as well. So you got up to 3 rolls to try and roll the numbers you need, and then you can plan out your turn, and then you've got like a sort of initiative phase where you do your fast abilities, and then the monsters all do their actions, and then there's a slow phase where you do your slow abilities, and then an end of round, which is just a bit of cleanup, and you repeat that. And you only do 4 rounds, and if you haven't won it by the end of the round 4, you're just straight dead. And I thought that would be really harsh and not fun, but we did not need 4 rounds, and the amount of sort of action that you feel like happens in like even just 2 rounds is enough. Like that it feels like a sort of epic and consequential fight, which is kind of amazing because like the enemies use an AI deck, and it is actually poker cards or standard cards. But you flip one over, and then it's each enemy will have a set of behaviors that'll be triggered by the card you flipped. And so you know what's in the deck, and you know what their behaviors do, but you don't know what's coming up. But you can track their discard, so as they behave, it gets more predictable. It's basically the same system Dark Souls uses. It uses these standard cards because then you can reference the enemy's behavior diagram. And so you can use the same set of cards for each different enemy board. And there's loads of them. But you'll only ever play with 1 board per encounter, unless you're doing the final boss, and then they have a boss encounter board and a different enemy. Anyway, look, the point is, like, the enemy AI felt trackable, plannable, tactical. We could sort of look at it. We could make decisions. Some things enable you to manipulate that enemy deck. The enemies behaved in ways that felt unique and interesting. I was really, really, really impressed with the boss battle.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds interesting. I remember this original campaign from 2014. And I was going to back it at the time, and I didn't in the end. And I think I maybe had a slightly different idea about how the spatial element of the fight works. You don't flip your token to move or anything, right? It's not like Disc Wars.
No. The enemy health token. The enemy tokens are double-sided because they are also a health tracker. So it's like you'll make a stack of tokens. If you have the deluxe ultimate edition from the most recent campaign, they're poker chips. But there's also cardboard punch that came in the game. I'm very lucky. Tom sent me the fancy poker chips, and they're very pleasing. But they've got like each chip is 2 hit points, and so when you flip it, it becomes 1 hit point. So they're tracking their hit points a bit like Too Many Bones.
But yeah, anyway, I never ended up pulling the trigger, and then I never really felt the need to. I have seen it a couple of times. I've been like, I should look into that again, but I've never really felt the need to chase it down. But it sounds interesting.
Well, the original had, I think, probably quite a lackluster solo mode, if only because the Ultimate Edition has a new and more robust and pleasing solo mode, I've been told. I haven't tried it. If people want to know what I think of it, let me know in the comments, and I'll give it a try, and I'll let you know. Obviously, this is not my preferred way to play, but I'm happy to go and try it. Or maybe we can make a live stream of it. But they've got like sort of you would use 2 heroes. So the solo mode is either 2-hand it or use this sort of new goon system where you have like a hero called a goon on your team who's a bit more automated. So you can focus more on what you're doing. And to be fair, there's quite a lot to focus on. Now, the game says it's got a reputation for being very difficult. In the rulebook, it states, this game is balanced very aggressively and the difficulty is likely to be oppressive to new players. It is recommended you start with the lowest difficulty option. Now, it does lay out a whole bunch of difficulty options, as well as those different complexity heroes. And you also start with a trait, which is a sort of a bad thing. And they're quite comedic. My character class was fairy and my trait was camouflaged. And functionally what camouflaged meant was that I have to put a die down there. And in response, I get to be stealthed, which is not that great. But
Mhm.
I was a camouflaged fairy. Anyway, the point is camouflage is not very good. You could argue it's actively bad. My buddy who was playing, I can't remember what he had, but also it was not very good. But it also comes with a nice set of super traits, which will help if it's too hard. You can give yourself like flying, and suddenly you get all this cool movement capacity. But anyway, we went in on like what's known as the intermediate difficulty with low complexity heroes. So 6 hit points, the standard starting items for intermediate, the regular traits and everything, but with the beginner complexity heroes. But we won. We went all the way through and we won the game. So I don't know if we just got very lucky. I think it's because we're probably just a great team of awesome collaborators. I can definitely see how you can scale up the difficulty of the game. There are many options to make it harder if you want. It might also have been fluke. I'd like to raise the point that in the final battle on Doomrock, we had to fight like a hyper lich who had armored skeletons. And these are random. So the final boss is paired with a first level encounter. So you've got sort of like a top tier boss and a first tier minions. And the armored skeletons is a first tier minions. And they group together and protect themselves with their armor. And the more skeletons in the group, the higher their armor value. And quite frankly, if we had no way to break up those groups, it would have been impossible to defeat them. Like we would have no chance. However, I had an axe called the 50 Shades of Great Axe, and it can turn push. If you push an enemy, it can turn that into damage instead. And so I'd picked up this ability that would allow me to push apart a group of enemies. And my intention had been to run into a group of enemies, push them all away, and then instead of pushing them, convert it into damage with the Great Axe. I was like, that'll be a cool combo I can do. However, I didn't end up doing it because I needed to use the push to actually push the skeletons away. But fortunately, we had that, which made the fight winnable. So there is also a mechanism by which you can peek at what's coming up.
Yeah.
So if we were more conscientious, we might have peeked at the forthcoming combat cards and gone, okay, armored skeletons, what do we need to find to deal with that? But that does cost time. Time is a very limited resource. That's what you use during the adventure phases to, go and visit shops and do little quests and get your items and things that you will desperately need. If you don't level up and buy items, you will be screwed. So anyway, I really, 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 really liked this. I can see that it has probably taken quite a bit of reiteration because, Tom's like a one-man band, right? So I can see it's taken probably quite a bit of reiteration to get the game to where it is. But now that it's here, I like fantasy adventure anyway, so this is sort of really my thing. I quite like co-op games. But this is like fairly quick to set up. Now there are a lot of cards and a lot of tokens. But that also means high variety for replayability. You do kind of have to build your character build and your strategy around what you find rather than what you want to do. So I don't know if that would bother people. It doesn't really bother me. I like to sort of seek out these combos, but you have to work within what you're given. It just falls within my tolerance for sort of token admin, right? Like, I've mentioned that Sentinels of the Multiverse, especially when you get into the expansions, falls outside my willingness to manage tokens and do math. This falls just within the margin of that. I think if there'd been a lot more math and tokens, I would have been like, no, too much. But the sort of the excitement and the quality of the gameplay I was getting, I thought was tolerable. The amount of maths and tokens was tolerable. I really liked the boss fight. Basically just overall, like it really felt like the quality of a big sort of campaigny adventure, high stakes boss battle or adventure game, but in 3 90-minute sessions. I mean, if you're just playing through, you could probably do it in 4 hours, right? Like, it's just really fast moving. It's very, very quick to move from the boss fight the adventure fight to the boss fight and back again. I think it probably scale really well. They've put in this new solo mode. I think that'll probably be quite good. I know it's got a strong solo community anyway, but also I think it'd probably scale quite well at 3 and 4. I don't know if I'd want to play it at 3 and 4 necessarily, just because it is quite a lot and it's quite difficult, and I don't know if everyone would have the same kind of, well, I don't know. If people were interested, I'd certainly be willing to show them. But it's like if you want to play this kind of fantasy adventure game, but you don't have time for too many bones, you don't have time for Dark Souls, you want a sort of AI deck-driven boss battler. I think this is top tier.
Nice.
I may happily try it again just to make sure that it wasn't complete fluke, or that my next experience isn't widely variable. This is from one playthrough, and I think it might be the case that a lot of things just came up for our team, came up well for our team, and the next time it will be frustratingly difficult. I don't know, but for now that I feel more familiar with the game as well, I definitely happily sort of revisit it and be conscious that, if we can't count on getting lucky, maybe we can be a little bit more strategic about things as well.
Yeah. I mean, looking at the forums, certainly some people complain that it's too difficult. The designer, Tom, was it? Says, during testing, everything was beatable consistently by people that kind of knew what they were doing. But then he gives some concessions to people who are struggling. Like, if you're struggling, here's ways to make it easier.
Yep.
So yes, hopefully it's not a walk in the park, but you can get a level of challenge that's suitable for your playstyle and level. Yeah,
I'd say my it seems like there are plenty of options for scaling the difficulty. You can, even if you're playing with someone who's not played as much as you, they can have a super trait and you take a regular trait, for example, or they can start with 7 hit points instead of 6, and you can just have the 6, or even the 5 if you're very good at it. And those are ways you can scale the difficulty up even per individual. For me, the concern, I think, is more that the difficulty, even if I'm keeping all those metrics the same, is still wildly inconsistent based on the flop of the cards and the monsters. And I don't know how much of a problem that would be for me, because usually when I'm going into these sort of fantasy adventure games, I'm there for a thematic game. I'm more of an experiential thing in a roller coaster than a sort of a puzzle I'm trying to solve. If I want that puzzle, I'll play Spirit Island, which is well known for being tightly balanced and consistent, despite the wildly random spirit powers. Anyway, I do know that Tom is planning to bring the Ultimate Edition of Doomrock back to GameFound with a little mini expansion. So if you are interested in getting it, that is pretty much the only way to get it. Tom's games very rarely show up in retail unless a retailer has backed the crowdfunding campaign.
All right, maybe check it out when it pops up again, or if it pops up again.
Yeah, if it does come back, I do believe it is. But I'll try to do a live stream before that so people can check it out in action as well. And who knows, maybe it'll go horribly wrong on the live stream and I'll die in the first boss battle. And we can be like, yep, well,
back it up.
Maybe this does sometime happen. Oh no, I've lost my internet.
yeah, just claim technical difficulties and storm off crying. Nice. Wow, I think it's time to pay off on all that subtle foreshadowing that I've done this episode. The other game I have managed to play in real life has been Deep Regrets. So this is a newly delivered Kickstarter, or reasonably newly delivered Kickstarter from Tetix Games, designed by Judson Cowan, and who also did the art for the whole game, and very distinct and unique style. Worth checking out, just even if you don't want to play the game. But this is a game that is based on, or very much inspired by, not based on, it's not the same at all, but inspired by the video game Dredge, which is a game I mentioned I just started playing today, actually, or yesterday maybe. But it's not a straight implementation of the mechanics into a board game, so from the video game to the board game. It's just inspired by, and you can feel a lot of that inspiration coming through in the game. So Dredge and Deep Regrets is a game about fishing for potentially weird and wonderful, aka mutated and eldritch fish and sea creatures. And in both games, you're balancing your sanity, and then Deep Regrets, that's going to affect the value of the fish that you catch. With the more insane you are, the value of the foul creatures are worth more, and the more sane you are, the greater the value of the fair creatures are. So just your bog standard sardine, right? That's worth more if you're sane than the sort of, kraken if you're insane. So the game is played over 7 days, so that's 7 rounds within the game. Each day, players roll their pool of dice. You start with 3, but you can earn more as you go. And the dice are D4s, but shaped like fishing floats, if you can imagine. So painted like fishing floats, at least. They are square with sort of rounded ends rather than the traditional pyramid-shaped D4s.
I like that. That's cool.
Yeah, and they roll well, and it works fine. And then after rolling your dice, you have to decide, based probably on what you've rolled, whether you're going to spend the day out at sea catching fish, or whether you're going to spend the day in port improving your ship and equipment, and things along those lines. So buying upgrades and extra dice and drinking away your regrets and anything else that might happen. So while you're at sea, which is where probably most players will start the day because you don't have any money to start, you need to catch some fish. But while at sea, you're going to spend dice to move to different depths. And then an action you can take is to reveal a face-down card. Now, the interesting thing about these cards, there's 3 different depths, level 1, level 2, level 3. The fair to foul ratio is better at the top, and the foul to fair ratio is stronger at the bottom. Also, the further down you go, typically, the harder the fish are to catch, but the better the value and the rewards are for doing so. But you don't know what's on the other side of the cards. They're all face down. There's 3 rows in each different level, or 3 columns within each row, each depth. And on the back, there is either a small shadow, a medium shadow, or a large shadow. And you have a card that tells you the relative ranges of what values on the dice you need to catch fish of that size. So for example, a small shadow at depth 1 may require 0 to 2 dice to be spent, or 0 to 2 values worth of dice to be spent, whereas level 3 could be 9 in order to catch whatever's under there. And you're taking a little bit of a risk by flipping that card over and trying to catch it.
But you've already rolled the dice, right? So you know how much you have to spend.
Correct. And you know the ranges. So when you're pushing your luck, let's say you had...
Oh, so this is the push your luck element, where it's like it wants sort of like 7 to 9 and you've got 8. And you're like, well, it's probably not a 9.
Correct, right? And then you flip it over and of course it's a 9. It's always a 9.
Right.
Yes, that is exactly the sort of push your luck element. You've got 3, you're like, oh, I can almost certainly catch a medium-sized fish, and you flip it over and it's a 5, and you're like, oh, no, I don't have anything that I can influence that number with, so I'll just have to leave that where it is and take a dig. Anytime you fail to catch a fish, you always get a little bonus as long as you spend a die, which you have to do. You can use that in a subsequent catch or in future rounds. But you never know what you're going to flip over. These fish can be fair, which are like just normal fish, or foul, which are these mutated monstrosities. Depending on your degree of insanity, which is basically just how many regrets do you have. If you've no regrets, you're like no insanity, so your fair fish are worth +2 points, or +2 money if you end up spending them. But later on, as you gather up regrets, your insanity mounts. And if you're at like 13 plus, suddenly your fair fish are worth -2 points because you've gone crazy and then they aren't what you want anymore. And so balancing how many regrets you have with sort of the actions you want to take and when you want to take them becomes an integral part of the game, and you can tell why it's called Deep Regrets. But But basically, you're going to be spending your days out at sea fishing, and you get to take that one action, which is go fishing. Moving up and down is a free action. Or you can pass. Right? At some point, you'll pass, you'll run out of dice, you're not going to take the chance to go fishing anymore. You've nothing else you want to do, you can pass. If other players are still in the round, every time it comes back to you, you'll be able to discard a regret or take a dink, which is this small bonus. And that's one way of managing your regrets for future rounds. Often when you reveal a fish, or a creature in the sea, shall we say, there's a reveal effect, and it doesn't necessarily just affect you, it can affect all players at the table. So everybody's always watching to see what flips up, and very often it is all players take a regret, or two regrets, or everybody passes a regret, or something along those lines. Then the value to catch that fish is what you've got to spend from your dice total to put it into your used pile. And often there's also a catch effect. Now that catch effect might be something that affects just you, or again, it could affect everybody at the table. So there's always something to be keeping an eye on as to what the other players are doing. And because these actions are very quick, it comes round again very quickly back to you. But in addition to being at sea, you can also be in port. And in port, you're going to be able to you're going to be able to sell the fish that you've caught to turn them into money. There's a little money tracker. And the money you get for them is valued or modified by your sanity level, right? Your regret level. So again, if you're selling fair fish, you want to be more sane. If you're selling foul fish, you want to be more insane. Then from the money you've got, you can buy new rods, new reels, supplies. You can buy additional dice. The only way you can use them is to have more regrets. And regrets are bad at the end of the game. We'll come on to sort of end-game scoring. Whilst in port, you can also mount the fish that you've captured and put them in as trophies, and they become point multipliers as you go. However, at the end of the game, if you have the most regrets, you'll have to discard your most prized fish that's mounted. So your triple modifier 7-pointer, 21 points, which is quite a chunk of the game, could be lost if you finish the game with the greatest value of regrets. So one thing I've not mentioned about regrets is they are taken from a deck and they are valued between 0 to 3. Everybody can see how many regrets you have, but not the value of your regrets. And so when you're managing to shed some of those regrets, you're obviously trying to get rid of your 3-costers first and keep the lower value ones, because you don't want to have the most points worth of regrets at the end. Even if somebody has 7 regrets and you've only got 5, if theirs are worth more in total, they're the ones that have to give up the points at the end. There's a bit more to the game, but broadly that's it. You're choosing whether you're going out to sea to catch fish or whether you're going to upgrade, go into port, mount your trophies, buy stuff, which will give you equipment that helps you catch fish. Things that like reduce the costs, things that give you bonuses for doing so, things that help you move, things that let you peek at fish so you know what you're going into. It's not quite as blind luck. The supplies give you things that will let you refresh dice back into your pool, potentially play something that will interact with other players, or let you catch fish for free, something like that, right? There's different things going on. It's all works together. And the key part is you've got to figure out how many days you want to be out at sea and how many days you're going to spend in the port. I had a strategy, right? The way I rolled meant that I stayed out until day 4. Everybody else had been to port on day 2 or day 3. They'd got sweet fishing rods and gear and that, and I had nothing. I had my 3 basic dice and that was it. But I was just catching
and a lot
fish.
of regret.
Yeah, and a lot of regret. Indeed, you're right. A lot of regret. So every time I was flipping fish, I was gaining regrets. And I was like, oh god, okay, fine. And so I didn't go back to port until day 4, and then I just chose. I didn't have the best fish, right? Because I didn't have the dice to spend to go to those deeper depths or spend high values on catching the big fish. So I only had fairly mediocre fish at the time, but they were all fair. And I was like, okay, well, I'm going to go for a fair strategy. And went back to port day 4. All the other players went to port twice. Day 2 or day 3 to get the equipment to catch more fish in subsequent days, and to go back and mount their 9 cost fish where I've only had 4 or 5 cost fish money penny. But in the end, I ended up winning, which was great, by 4 points. Wasn't a lot in it. But because I'd stayed out early, I looked quite weak because everybody else had a ton of dice and a ton of equipment. And there's a few fish that you flip over that you have to give to other players. Mm-hmm. So if you flip it, you must give this to another player. And because I looked like I was doing terribly, I ended up getting like 4 free fish over the course of the game. 2 of them were forced to come to me because I had the most regrets, or the player to your left. And 2 of them were just optionally given to me because they weren't great fish, right? They were cheap fish. But they were just optionally given to me because it looked like I wasn't a threat. But that powered me on day 4 to sell them to get enough equipment to come back out and stay out and eventually win the game. So it was pretty good. Not mad about that. Love winning. So I played it at 4 players and it was long. So this is a common complaint of the game. It was long and it felt long. Didn't feel too long, but it felt as long as it was. Your turn's never really more than 20 seconds. You know what you're doing, right? You're either I'm going shopping for dice. I'm going shopping for a reel. Or I'm going to flip over a medium fish. And even if like your opponent's maybe taking that medium fish and there's not another one, you can pivot to, well, I'll take the chance on the large fish or I'll go for a small fish. Whatever's out there. So you're really just kind of waiting until it's your turn, come back again. So even though your turn's never more than a minute away, even going through 3 other players, which you would think, oh yeah, that's great, that's fine, fast. It feels long because the other players are in the same situation where they already know what they're going to do. There's not a huge amount you can do to disrupt them. And oftentimes there's nothing they can do to disrupt you and you'd be as well just taking all your turns at once. So there's rarely meaningful choices on the off turn. And whilst you do have to pay attention because you might end up getting regrets from what other players are flipping over, you can't change that. They'd be as well just handing it to you and you continue on. So the game was only about, I'd say, 2.5 hours. That was with it being everybody's first game, having to teach it. Future games might be quicker, but I think actually we become more adept or adroit. Adroit? How do you say adroit? Adroit. I don't know.
I think it's adroit. Isn't it adroit?
Adroit, yeah, that's probably right. At eking out more actions per round. So I don't actually think it'd get any faster. The game desperately needs some kind of action compression and round acceleration. Just because you know what you're doing next and you're just waiting for it to happen. Whether you've got enough dice or whether you've got enough money to do the next thing, it does just become laborious to wait on other people's turns. Mm-hmm. Then, whilst I say you do have to pay attention, it doesn't matter that much, right? The game's marketed a little bit as push your luck, right? So where I'm saying push your luck, you've got 5 points, you know it could go up to 6. You flip over that big fish anyway. But it's more like straight luck, right? You can spend more money in town to see more cards to decide which ones you want to keep. So you can either just pay $1 and take whatever you get off top, or you can pay $5, look at 3 cards, keep one, whatever that might be. But it's very difficult to manipulate any of the decks, including the fishing decks or the item decks, to in your favour meaningfully. You can often look at the top card of a fishing deck, but if it's not what you want, you might be able to put it to the bottom, but then you're just blind flipping the next card. There's a few items that will let you look at 3 and put them back in any order, I think. I can't really remember that coming up, but I think there's a couple of things that will let you manipulate the order. And depending on the items you get, some items are just straight up better than other items. One rod gives you -1 to catch any fish, whereas another rod gives you -1 to catch medium fish. Yeah. And if you've spent $5 to look at 3, you just found the medium fish one, and then your mate spends $1 and gets I've got, every fish is worth 1 less. That's not a push your luck element. That's just a luck element.
Yeah, and allow me the briefest of all the tangents in the world. I'll keep it brief, but push your luck is all at its core is about raising stakes for higher potential reward and greater potential risk. And no game models this better than Quacks of Quedlinburg. because, of course, as you fill in your cauldron, you're getting escalating rewards and they're getting better and better. But as you pull all your good chips out the bag, you know the stakes are rising as you're getting closer and closer to pulling those bad chips, right?
Yeah.
Or if the bad chips are appearing in the cauldron, then you know that the next one could be the end of your life. So you're just going to end it now. Like, that game models the core of what push your luck is perfectly. And so if the stakes aren't rising and the threat isn't rising, it's not really push your luck. It's just luck.
Yeah. I mean, I can see with fishing, as your dice pool dwindles, it becomes harder to catch certain fish.
But that's just resource management.
Yeah, more than.
I mean, there's a bit
it's
of
not
luck.
like if I get if I get a third fish this turn, I get some sort of bonus. So I'm going to go for it. Like, that'd be sort of push your luck. But
Well,
there's not. It's
but the
just
stakes
flat.
have to be raised as well, right? It's more like, you can keep the medium fish you got, or you can turn that medium fish into a bonus and go for a deeper fish, something
Yeah.
like that. That would be more push your lucky, right? Because there's a rising stakes. If you get that next fish, you can pool them both to go for an even bigger fish. But if you don't get the next one, you lose everything, That's push your luck. Because the stakes are rising.
Agreed. So it never really. We weren't familiar with the items to begin with, right? So it wasn't like we were digging for something specific. If you had the money, you went to dig a little deeper. Often it let you keep an additional card or two. But if you didn't, you would just kind of take what's off the top, and they were all quite good anyway. But there's definitely a variety of powers there. Some better than others. I went to port way after everybody else. I went in and I got a rod that let me ignore reveal and catch effects on fish that I revealed and caught. And because at that point we were now going deeper and the effects were more meaningful, it was just so much better than everybody else's equipment, even though they'd been into port and had first dibs.
Yeah.
Now, whether or not that's the best rod in the game, I don't know. But it worked really well for me. And there's a couple of very powerful fish cards that if you catch them, things like reveal the top card of every pile. And if I had that and I could ignore whatever ones were disadvantageous to me, it just seemed so much stronger than everybody else. It was like, actually, yeah, I thought I had the best rod, but that's the best rod. But that's, I can't say definitively that is the best rod, but seemed like it was quite good. So the most interesting part of the game are the regret element, right? But they're a bit underutilized. So depending on your level of regrets, it changes the value of your fish, and that includes your scoring fish at the end of the game. End of the game, you score for the fish in your hand and your trophies that you mounted, a couple other bits and pieces, but mostly that. As the game goes on, there are more foul fish than fair fish. So the top level has a 2-to-1 fair to foul, middle 1-to-1, bottom 1-to-3. And so just by pure numbers, there's more foul fish than fair. And you can go full on insanity to make your foul fish +2, but then you're running so many regrets that you're almost certainly going to lose one of them, your triple pointer. Or you can try and play a fair game, but those are typically worth less and harder to come, or there's less of them. So what ended up happening is most of us struck a balance around the middle, whether that was one towards insanity or one towards fair, depending on the fish that we caught. And that was interesting enough. The mechanisms to remove regrets were, there was a lot of things in the supplies, and when you pass, you get to get rid of a regret, and every time it came back to you, you could get rid of a regret. So you got to time that right as well, but it is the most interesting element of it. But the regrets are simply a value from 0 to 3, right? And yeah, sure, you're earning and discarding them, or occasionally giving them away. When the regret deck's empty, you then draw from the regret discard pile, so it gets worse because everybody's obviously discarded their 3s. And then once the discard pile's empty, which it got there, you're then picking which player you're going to steal a regret from. So there's a little bit of player interaction there, but there was never, you knew you were getting a card between 0 and 3. I would think it'd be more interesting if regrets did something, whether, upon taking it or upon getting rid of it, something like that. A zero value regret that forces an opponent to draw another one of your regrets if they take it from you. Potentially a 2 value regret guarded face up and then must be taken because you take from the draw pile.
It'd be cool if all like the 0 values had some negative function. So it's like, yeah, maybe I don't want these, but also like, or maybe I want the 0s because they're low value, but then maybe also some of them are like catastrophic. Like it'd be cool if there was a 0 value regret that was like, yeah, but if your final regret is over 20, you're eliminated from the game or something.
Yep. Or if you have a certain number of them. I put there a 0 value regret. If you have the lowest number of regrets and you're holding a 0 value regret, you have to discard a trophy, right? The same way as if you had too many regrets or the most regrets.
Yeah.
And so the balance there is, well, I want to be in the middle rather than be, have the fewest. And so you're
it forces you to reevaluate the state of the regrets, right?
Correct, yeah.
No, I was literally just going to say, like, you can tell, like, we're already, like, making up cool stuff we would have liked to see. That's,
yeah. I just think there's a lot more interaction that we had around the regrets, and that being called deep regrets, they could definitely be more interesting. Now, we weren't overly engaging with the flavour. Every regret has its own, tells you what the regret is. And a lot of them are quite funny, but we were just, we just looked at the numbers and just like, okay, oh yeah, I got a 0, ha ha ha, and there was a 3, but I think a replacement regret deck that did more things, and streamlining the game. It has to be action compression, right? It's the only way I can think about doing it. I don't want to say, you get 2 actions in a row or something, but there has to be something more to the actions that you're taking to make the game faster.
I kind of understand that the idea of choosing whether to go to port or going out fishing creates an interesting decision space.
It doesn't, because going to port's terrible.
Well, it's come at the cost of being able to make stuff like the port phase more simultaneous. And so I feel like if you just had a couple of sort of set port phases throughout the game, and you could just speed that up by making it mostly simultaneous, that would be, it would take something away from that decision space. You're saying that it's not a good decision anyway. That would certainly speed up the game. So it feels like there's options there for that sort of thing.
So that there's, in terms of the strategy, right, in terms of when to go back to port to get stuff, and when to mount your trophies and all this kind of thing, there's I don't want to say consensus as such, but there's currently a view that you only go back to port on the last day to mount your trophies.
Right.
Now, how you catch the bigger fish with your dice, I'm not 100% sure if you don't go back to port to buy some equipment and dice, but there is also, you can still go back to port once, and you have your lifeboat, and your lifeboat will let you go from sea to port, but it comes at the cost of 10 regrets. And so if you do that, you're almost, so the losing score was 11 in our game. There was a whole bunch of items that just let you bin regrets at the end.
Mm-hmm.
And so like we all stored them up and got rid of them at the end, and it was a little anticlimactic. The one guy that didn't have any was the guy that ended up having 11 regrets and had to get rid of his 21 point fish.
So sorry, is that 11 regret value or 11 regret
11
cards?
regret value. Not even cards, yeah.
So if you're taking 10 cards, then you'd definitely be stuffed.
Well, it's 10 points, right? So it counts as a regret, but it's not. It
counts as a 10-point regret.
Correct, yeah, and you can't get rid of it. So
right, so so that's, you'd have to be sure that was definitely worth it.
Yeah, correct. So the strategy there seems to be, do you go back day 2 and then stay out until day 7? Do you or potentially use your lifeboat on day 7? Do you, what I did, day 4, take a medium approach to it? Going back 3 times would be awful, because like the actions you can take there just aren't good. You get to get rid of a regret when you go back because you're boozing or whatever. You get to refresh your worms, which is an item card everybody has that lets them look at the top card of a fish pile. But once you've gone back once, there's very little value in going back again. And so it's not actually all that interesting while you're there. And it also doesn't impact, there's nothing there that impacts anybody else's turn.
Right.
Other than, you'll get an item before somebody else buys an item. And so it's just, it would be better if that was a fixed phase of the game and actually you were out contesting the waters more.
Well, the way I would probably do it is make it an end of the day phase, right? So everyone spends the day fishing and then everyone comes back to port, and then maybe you get like 2 port actions a day and you have to decide if you want to buy upgrades or mount fish or what's the most exciting thing to do. And then everyone can just do that simultaneously. Or if there's competing markets or something, maybe you can have some choice there. But yeah, it sounds like an odd way to do it, and I don't know what it's doing for the game.
No. The other thing I could think of is when you take the mount action, you can mount all 3 of your fish. You can mount 3 max. If you can only do 1 at a time, because it's a doubler, tripler, that might have some value if you had a big enough fish, right? So you come back, I've now got 3 9-point fish on my last action or on my last day, which is probably more than you can pick up by being out for the day. Gaining 18 points worth of fish is quite a lot. So
mounting the fish is taking cards from your hand and putting them into multiplier spaces?
Yeah, correct, yeah. And it's 2-2-3. But it's just so... I found it very uninteresting being in port. And I think, again, that's something that's quite common. So, regardless, the game was nice, right? Big shout out to the art and the presentation of the game. Really good. We didn't play with the expansion... I think that just adds more fish. There is a new expansion coming, Even Deeper Regrets, I want to say it's called. I think that's up on Kickstarter as a preview now. I'm not sure what it's adding to the mix, but I would like to see just something that makes the turns faster. The rounds faster, not necessarily turns faster. Turns are fast. But you can just do more when you know what you're wanting to be doing. But as it is, just feel like I'd play it again, but I'm not going to get anything terribly different out of it. There's not a huge amount of strategy. The luck is ever present for whatever you're doing. It was fine. I did look at backing it. I don't regret not backing.
All right, well, no deep regrets here then. Let's move on to something entirely different, which is to say, instead of a new game from a first-time designer, a big reprint from some very well-established designers. This is Cyclades, the Legendary Edition. If you've seen this at all recently, this is a big reprint of Cyclades with a bunch of the expansion stuff and also like sort of a reworking of the rules. Not a major reworking, just minor tweaks and balances, I guess, to bring the game in line with the expansion stuff that's been incorporated and, I don't know, fix problems? I don't know. I didn't know the original Cyclades that well. So this plays up to 2 to 6 players. I've played it at 4 and 5. So I played it twice. The original Cyclades is a 2009 game. This edition, it says it came out in 2024 in BGG, but that's a heckin' lie. It was 2025. The designers are Bruno Cathala, who's behind classics like Five Tribes, Abyss, King Domino, and Yamatai, and Ludovic Montblanc, who did Draftosaurus, Rampage, aka Terra in Meeple City, and Cash and Guns. They've both done a lot more than that, though. They are also both the designers of the original game. The artist is Miguel Coimbra, who did the original version of Seven Wonders, Small World, Fujikoro, City of Horror, and more. The publisher is Open Sesame Games, but the game was distributed by a lot of people as part of the Kickstarter fulfillment, and I backed this on the crowdfunding campaign. So, it's ancient Greece, and you're a faction of Greek warriors seeking to develop or capture 3 cities before anyone else can do that. You have to use the 5 major elements of war to do this: heroes, monsters, gods, priestesses, and philosophers. It's a 2 to 6 player area control game centered on an auction mechanism where you bid on a set of actions that you can take each round. The game continues until one player controls 3 metropolises, which are the cities, and at the end of the round in which a player controls 3 metropolises, they win the game. If multiple players achieve this criteria at the same time, most leftover money wins. And money is kind of the heart and soul of the game. You receive an income in gold coins each round, which is based on the number of areas you control on the main board. And then you hide that money behind a screen, and then you bid on the actions. Now, each set of actions is tied to a god and is going to give you different things that you can do. But in addition to bidding on the actions, once you win the right to take the actions, they also then cost more money. So you don't want to pay too much for the auction because then you can do less with the actions once you get it. Striking that balance, that's a crucial dilemma of the game. It's also possible you might just blow the whole bank to win an action that you don't want to do any part of because you want to deny it to someone else. That's completely legitimate and part of the game. The actions are going to create more soldiers, move the soldiers around, create ships and move the ships around, hire mythical heroes like Jason and Ajax, who are going to come onto the battlefield with special powers. You're also going to earn bonuses and discounts and build buildings. The buildings all come with special powers as well. Well, not the university, that's just a university. But crucially, the 4 buildings, once you have one of each, combine Voltron style to make the metropolis, and that's how you're going to win the game. So you can't ignore that. It's also got dicey combat. When you try to share an enemy with someone, you'll go straight into combat, where you just roll dice until someone's all dead or retreats. Very simple. So we played this twice, and we played 4 and 5. Each game was a free-for-all. It's worth noting that the 4 and 6 player games can be played as teams. Actually, the 6 player game has to be teams. It can't be played as a free-for-all. I don't know why. There's no reason why you couldn't do it as a free-for-all, but I suspect it's either too long or too chaotic or something. But they've said it has to be teams. So what they've sort of done here is they've taken all the best bits of the original expansion sets and they've curated it into this sort of master set. We'll talk about the changes from the first edition later for those that are interested in that. For those that just want to talk about this version, this is a highly tactical game of opportunism. There's a sort of an ebb and flow to your fortunes as they wax and wane. It is not a game that has a high skill curve that you will develop a deep mastery of from repeated plays. This is a conflict-driven game. It's very shouty. There's a lot of potential for non-binding alliances and fun and treachery. This is a punchy, swingy knife fight with potential for sneaky tactical opportunism. If you like all of this, the way that sounds, you're going to like this. If you want strategic gameplay and sort of improvement over time, this is not going to provide you with that. If you want a perfectly balanced experience, you're probably not going to like this. It was originally marketed as part of a trilogy of games from Matago, which included Inish and Kemet. Really, the only uniting characteristic of the 3 was that they were soldiers on a map games, and Matago published them. Not a single one of them have a designer in common. It is probably not an entirely fair association, more of a marketing strategy, I guess. But if you've played the other 2, then, just for context, it might help. Kemet is easily the most strategic of the 3. Kemet has much less luck, and it has scope for sort of strategic planning as you buy the monsters from the menu over time. Inish falls into a somewhere in the middle state. Inish has not got much luck in it, but you do draw land cards and you draw the Epic Deeds cards or Epic Tales cards, and those can have quite a significant impact on the game. Cyclades is the most tactical. And when I say tactical, what I'm talking about is sort of moment-to-moment opportunism and spotting plays that have largely come to light through chance or other players' mistakes. Cyclades has random elements in the form of a river of cards that are the monsters. Those monsters are either pieces you put onto the board, they're not soldiers in your army, they don't do that, but they do affect the game in unique ways. Each monster has unique power. Being on the board will have some impact to the area it's in. Or they're like event cards where you play them out and they do one thing and then they're discarded. There's also 2 heroes on offer at any given moment. You can hire one of those heroes. Heroes are soldiers in your army. They have a unique power that they contribute to the army, but also they can make the army move around a lot more dynamically, so they have a lot of value. You can also sack off a hero to build a metropolis instantly under a unique condition. So each hero will want you to do something for them. And then if you fulfill the criteria, you can send them away for a metropolis, which you might want to do. So there's quite a lot of chance in what monsters and heroes are available at any given moment. It's quite consequential. If you've played the base game of Inish before the expansion, you'll remember there was sort of an issue where Inish has like 7 win criterias, and each player can effectively, if you're sort of really across the game and you're an experienced player, you can quite effectively stop people meeting the conditions, prevent that from happening, and then Inish can become a very long game if people are very good at thwarting other players' designs. The expansion got around this by adding a module called We Need a King, which most people print off and put in the base game now because all it does is solve that problem. But Cyclades has that same kind of vibe where you're sort of trying to gang up on people and stop them, especially towards the end game where people are getting close to that 3rd metropolis. It definitely doesn't have the problem of being unpredictable and going on too long. It scales much better over time than Inish, so it will snowball into somebody winning, and it will become unpreventable. But it does have a bit of that sort of like bickering and that, I'd quite like to further my own agenda, but really I need to stop this person because they're going to win otherwise, kind of stuff. I've imagined that a 4 or 5 player game is probably about 2 hours, give or take half an hour, depending on the experience of the players at the table. And it is the auction mechanism in the game that really defines it and sort of sets it apart. That's the unique novelty, I suppose. Each round, in order to do any actions, you have to buy the favor of a god. There are 5 gods in the base game, which is 1 more than the original. There is Ares, who lets you recruit more soldiers and move them around. Poseidon, who does the same thing for ships. Zeus, who lets you recruit priestesses. And priestesses are very powerful because they let you discount your bids in the auction, but you can also feed them to monsters in order to keep the monsters around long enough or longer. And Zeus can also let you hire a monster at a discount. Hera lets you hire mercenaries, which is useful because you only have 8 soldier figures. So if you want more soldiers, you have to start hiring mercenaries. And she also lets you hire the heroes, which is very important. I think I've omitted the other ones because you don't really need to know about them at this point. That's 4 out of 5. The other one just builds a university and gives you philosophers. Anyway, the other sort of quirk in this is that the gods are sort of on rotation. So there'll be a number available at any given time, which is player count -1. However, there's a god printed on the board called Apollo, which 1 player will get every round. That's a change from the original, more later. But Apollo doesn't do anything. You don't get to take any actions or anything. If you get Apollo, you don't pay any money, so it's a free bid. And all you do is get 2 coins, and you put out 2 prosperity tokens. And those just increase the value of your territory during the income step, provided people don't take it from you. So you effectively, Apollo's like reinvesting in your own territory. And it tends to be that people are bumped into it because they didn't get what they want in the auction. But some people might snipe it, especially if it's a round where they don't think they need any actions and they just want to get some more money for a big turn later. That's totally viable as well. In the original game, Apollo was less good. We'll talk about that in a minute. But so you'll have a number of face-up gods, which is player count -1. So someone's going to get Apollo. And then the minimum bid is 0. So it escalates inconsistently. But like if you want to bump someone off, you have to take the spot ahead of them, and then they have to move their piece to a different god. And you could sort of auction back and forth. So if I kick Barry off of Zeus, Barry can go to Ares. And then if Jeff kicks Barry off of Ares, he can come back to Zeus and kick me off. Eventually, once all of this sort of kicking off the gods is done, so 1 player will be on each god, including Apollo, because there's just enough for each person. And then everyone pays the money they owe. And if you can't pay the money, that's not a mechanism. So don't wind up in that position. You just have to ditch half your money and then we have to do the whole auction over and again. It's not good. So you're bidding on the gods, and then you win the right to do the gods. And there's like an additional consideration here, because you're not just buying a suite of actions to take on the board, but also it's the turn order. So like I said, the gods are on this rotation above Apollo, and some of the gods will be face down depending on your player count, because the visible gods are players -1, right? And Apollo's always visible as well. So like some gods will be reaching the top of the pantheon and then flip face down and go to the bottom. And the top god is also the first in turn order. So you might want to bid on Ares, even though you don't want the soldiers, just because Ares is top of the pantheon and you want to go first because there's a monster in the row that you really want to recruit. So there's like all these sort of extra considerations to think about. And that creates this really interesting dynamic to the auction, which is, the heart of the unique part of the game, the heart of the game. You also might not want to be on Ares in top of the pantheon, because come the next auction round, you're going to go in reverse order. So Apollo is always last to play. Well, Apollo doesn't even get to play, but they'll be first to start the auctions next round. So they'll have first choice of those cheap slots. But if they go too cheap, they'll just be kicked out by someone who's willing to pay more. So that's something to consider. Anyway, the order of the gods also changes, but it's fixed for the whole game. So if Zeus is next to Hera during setup, that's going to be the way for the whole game. And so you get quite different dynamics across game to game as the order of the gods is randomized in setup. That's really interesting. And I can see why this whole sort of mechanism of bidding on actions and the way they change and the dynamic setup, I can see why that's kept people coming back to the game. It does keep it feeling different and fresh game to game, just creating these interesting little nuances. Here's just a quick set of bullet points around the differences between the first and second edition. If you don't care about this, scrub ahead for 2 minutes. Now only one person gets Apollo. I mentioned there were changes to Apollo. Only one person gets it. Instead, before it used to be everybody. Apollo used to give you $1 and a prosperity token, unless you only had one territory on the board, and then he'd give you 4. Now he gives you 2 coins, $2 gold coins, and 2 prosperity tokens. And the prosperity tokens has to go 1 on land and 1 in the sea. So that's really interesting. Now you need 3 metropolises to win instead of 2. That's probably just because there's a lot more in the box from the expansions. I can't remember. I never played the original expansions. I only played the original core set, and only once. So I don't know if... I know the original game needed 2 to win. Maybe the expansions upped it to 3. But now you need 3 as standard. I know that the Titans expansion added the modular map, which is now standard. The original board didn't divide the islands into different territories, so you would mostly need Poseidon to invade other people. Now you can have fights on the land as well as at the sea, so Poseidon's less impactful, which is probably a good thing because Poseidon was probably too important in the original base game. The bidding track escalates. The old bidding track used to just be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, just totally consistent at 1 increments. Now it escalates much more quickly, so higher bids become harder to place. There's just more heroes. I think they're all from the expansions. There's more monsters, which again I think were from the old expansions, and Hera, who was in one of the older expansions. But that's because the core game now goes up to 6. The old base game didn't go up to 6. Other than that, it looks like they've sort of just balanced out and tweaked things, but I don't know the ins and outs off the top of my head because I didn't play the original that much. But this feels similar to what I expected from Cyclades. And this I think it felt better. It certainly didn't feel worse or unfair. It's been rebalanced to escalate faster, what with Apollo giving out basically twice as much, but only one person could take Apollo. But that's probably a good thing because it keeps other players sort of taking the actual actions that advance the game. And I think the need for the third metropolis keeps the sort of the game roughly the same sort of balanced length. I also think it makes the game a bit more dynamic because there's more metropolises on the board generally and more fighting over them. I just feel like they've sort of cherry-picked the best parts of the expansions and integrated them all together in a way that's really, really satisfying.
So I've never played Cyclades, I've never played Kemet, I've never played is it Clash of Cultures?
Well, Clash of Cultures is a game, but Inish was the other one in the trilogy.
Yeah, just in terms of, like I say, soldiers on the board
Hmm.
type deal. Um, uh, but they're all games that I've wanted to play. I have played Inish, so that is something at least. But that doesn't feel very fighty the same way I think the other games might be.
Yeah, well, Inish is very deterministic, isn't it? Because you just go into battle and then you just trade one for one if there's a battle. I think
Yeah,
Inish is also like the outlier because you can coexist. It's not pure area control. It's like, you can just coexist until someone triggers a battle.
yeah. So we do have original Cyclades and I think the expansions in our group, but I've never managed to get in on a game. I don't think anybody backed the latest. We don't have Kemet, and I don't think. Oh, that's not true. We do have Kemet. It just never gets to the table. Old Kemet. I don't think anybody backed the new Blood and Sand one, and I do know there's a copy of the, I want to say, Monumental Edition Class of Cultures floating about in somebody's bedroom, but again, just never made it to the table in any case. But there have always been games that I've wanted to play. I do enjoy that sort of fighting on a map type system. I've played Risk more than I've played these, and in recent
Oh
memory.
dear. Oh dear.
I don't hate Risk. I don't think it's a great game by any stretch, but
I told you about the
happy
last
to.
time we played Risk, right?
Were you playing escalating
No, I was playing with my
armies?
brother and my and Leanne, my girlfriend, my wife, and we were playing, and it's just got random objectives and random starting locations, and we just
Yep.
dealt her random cards that just meant she won turn one. She controlled everything she needed to control and just won. It's
Crazy.
incredibly implausible, but it is possible.
Yeah. No, I'm not seen that. I played Risk a month ago, maybe in like 1962 Risk, and somebody gets Australia early and and turtles up, and you got to fight your way through it. No, it was fine. It took a bit long. It was 5 player. That's what Risk does.
Well, this game is not going to do that because
Yeah.
in Cyclades, you cannot turtle and play defensively. What you need to balance is your economy. You need to
Yeah.
balance, like, so taking exciting turns and splurging all your money to do something big, or taking economic turns where you go for Apollo early so you can get that if you know you're just going to sort of have a passive turn and take some money. Apollo is the best way to do that, but you could also get knocked onto a zero cost god because nobody else wants it. If
Mm-hmm.
somebody else took Apollo early, that's more likely to happen. Whereas if they're bidding over everything, then you'll probably be knocked onto Apollo. But Apollo, especially early doors, is not bad and not a bad choice. If you constantly try to bid high and you waste money on actions that you don't really need, then you'll definitely lose out because you won't have money when you get into real trouble to
Yeah.
try and recover. Or if somebody's in a position where they can really hurt you by taking Ares, for example, or Poseidon, maybe, you can't outbid them on it. So, sort of managing those like high value turns with sort of low value, sort of passive turns, I think is a real sort of part of the ebb and flow. Like I said, it's quite a tactical game, and you sort of have to look for those opportunities to sort of move and strike. And so if you like tactical games that can sort of accommodate like a broad range of player skills and stuff like that, and you like a game that scales well with player count, I think you'll like this game a lot. I think there's a lot here for you. There's sort of interesting opportunities to find in the creature row, interesting things to do with the heroes, Nothing there's like even like just getting up a couple of philosophers so that you have the possibility of doing that if that becomes an opportunity. That's not bad. If you collect 4 philosophers, you just build a metropolis, but that's all they do. Otherwise, they're just a waste of action. But
Fair.
if you have like a really strong loss aversion, or if you don't like feeling at risk, if you like to turtle and play very defensively, if you don't like games where round to round you feel like people are getting to do really cool things and you're not, like you're having a sort of a turn where you're not doing anything cool, this is really going to frustrate you. This game, I think.
All
I've
right, maybe
seen
then that's good to know.
I've seen a lot of people on the forums talking about how like the game's imbalanced. It's not fair. It's not finely tuned. There's a lot of randomness. Like that's probably, I don't think it's as imbalanced as people are suggesting on the forums. Certainly, I think you can play very ineffectively, and I think if you're trying to buy an effective turn every round, you will be very disappointed. But I don't think it's imbalanced. I think there are some maybe inherent minor starting imbalances, but you kind of need to rock the boat a bit during setup, or else if everyone's purely equal, then actually that's functionally imbalanced because someone has to go first and that player will win. You know, so they do like an opening draft where you're picking some stuff and you have to be conscious of like, where are you in the draft? What's the turn order for the draft? What's the opening availability of gods? You know, where are you in the first auction phase going to be? Where are you going to be in the first auction phase? Now, the other thing I'd point out is there are set starting setups. So you don't have to do the draft. Like the draft is tied into randomizing the map. So you use the modulated tiles to set up a random map, and then you draft your starting locations. That's for more experienced players. You can just set up the standard setup, which is a sort of pre-designed, relatively balanced starting locations for everyone. And then you will have an imbalanced start because someone's going to be first player and they have a slightly a bit better advantage because they can sort of take an opening action at probably an optimal cost. But even so, they might try to go for a 3-cost Ares action, and then someone's like, nah, I'm willing to pay 5. Everyone is going to have between sort of 7 and 9 opening money or opening opportunity. So, you know, if you want a 3-cost Ares and everyone lets you have that because you're first in turn order and nobody wants a 5-cost Ares, then, you know, that's the table deciding that that's acceptable. You know, that's not imbalanced. That's just player decisions. So, you know, like if you start deciding what you think every action should be worth at every phase of the game, again, this will frustrate you. It's not that sort of game. So it's very much driven by player interaction, player and player agency. Very driven by player interaction and player agency. Anyway, I don't think it's broken. I really enjoyed both my plays of it, and I'm really looking forward to playing it again.
I enjoy. The thing I think I like about Cyclades is the auction element. I think auctions are a good self-balancing mechanism often for confrontational games where players can assign, well, what's it worth for a player to have or not have something. And yeah, sure, there is a fine line to walk down to decide what that is. And if a player overspends on something and then doesn't have enough to do something good in the future, then you can walk back the actions and be like, okay, that's where I messed up. I'll know not to overcommit in the future, kind of thing. I think auctions are a great mechanism in general.
Yeah, and do you know what? It's very rare that they're married to war games or soldiers on a map games. So yeah. It's a nice and sort of relatively unique game. But like I said, you know, see the review for more notes if you want to help deciding if this is for you. And furthermore, also, you probably don't need the Legendary Edition. I think the miniatures are great. I'm having a great time with my Legendary Edition. The retail edition with the meeples is also really nice. Not retail, the other edition. They did 2. Anyway, that's up for you to decide if you want the miniatures. But I do like that they have multiple poses and every faction has unique ships and things. So there's some nice work on the miniatures there too.
And they'll soon all be painted, right?
At least they came in colored plastic, Barry, so they're not all gray. Only the mercenaries are gray. And the monsters, to be fair, are beige. But then what's also nice is the monsters that walk on land are just beige, and the monsters that live in the ocean have this clear plastic blue around the base, or sort of as part of their sculpted scenario base. So it looks really nice. Good effort on the miniatures.
Check it out.
We've got one big final section for you in today's podcast. This is a special request from the patrons who keep asking, should I get Eclipse or TI? Well, I played Eclipse at 4 players on the weekend, and so I thought I'd take this opportunity to do sort of a deep dive into what is Eclipse and what are the differences with TI. Now, we're going to talk a lot more about Eclipse in this section than we will talk about TI, but Barry and I have both played both. I believe we both have both, although I have not played the Twilight Imperium, and that is what TI is. Sorry for the jargon there, folks. Twilight Imperium. I have played it, albeit without the expansion. I believe Barry has played Prophecy of Kings, but if I'm incorrect, Barry will correct me in a moment.
No, have done little mechs and new stuff.
Well, I exist now amongst people who like to purchase and download the codexes for TI. So
Yep.
very much a TI heavy crowd. This is actually going to be about both games, but we're going to start off kicking off talking about Eclipse because a lot of people say, should I get Eclipse? And the answer is, I don't know. That's why I'm going to tell you all about Eclipse, and then you can decide if this is the right game for you. Eclipse is oh god, when did the first edition come out? 2012, he guesses.
2011, very good.
So Eclipse is a 2011 game that about space exploration and big space civilizations going to war with each other. It was quite a undertaking, certainly a very long game, especially for the time, a very big and complex game. They have released in 2020 Eclipse Second Dawn for the Galaxy. So original was Eclipse New Dawn for the Galaxy, and now this is Eclipse Second Dawn for the Galaxy, which is the second edition. And what it really did was streamline some factors, reduce sort of the time it takes to do certain things. So very specifically, it took out the 9th round of the game and came out with a game trays sort of system that would minimize some of the more painful elements of setup and playing the game, namely the blueprints and science tokens. But this is designed by Toko Takokallio, and the artists are Yer Kansen, who did Flamme Rouge, Honshu, Hokkaido, Nations, and Agemonia, and Juka Rajanimi, who seems to have mostly worked on video games. Both of these editions are originally published by Lautapellet.fi, but you might find other versions produced and funded by other publishers. Well, not produced, but so distributed by other publishers. I mean, I backed my copy of Second Dawn for the Galaxy on crowdfunding. And that was because I was a fan of the first edition. And very specifically, this edition sought to address the things that I perceived were keeping it from getting to the table more often. So, in Eclipse, you are a space civilization seeking to conquer space. You want to own as much space as possible. Unfortunately, as we all know, space is very limited and quite tight at this player count. So we're going to have to battle it out, upgrading our ships, attacking our friends, and we're going to win gloriously and conquer all of space, or else we're going to lose and we're going to be sad about our lackluster economy. It is a competitive game that is described as 4X, which is a genre of games that it's sort of a, I guess it's a I guess it's a way of describing civilization games, because it's specifically referring to games that have expansion, which means, I suppose, which means expanding your civilization, exploration, which means discovering more of the map, so not a fixed map or an evolving map of some description, exploitation, which specifically refers to gathering resources, typically from the map, which you will use to then expand your civilization, and your army, which is the final X, exterminate. Obviously, these are 4 E's. How it became 4 X's, nobody knows. The exterminate element is, of course, referring to typically player conflict, but can also be player versus game or player versus environment conflict as well. And you take on the role in Eclipse of asymmetrical alien factions, or you can be symmetrical, homogeneous humans, boring, and seek to control as much space as possible over the course of the 8 rounds of the game. And there are lots of ways to gain points in Eclipse. Well, actually, no. There's 5 or 6 ways to gain points in Eclipse, but the main way is to control systems at the end of the game. That's where the bulk of your points will come from. It is a 2 to 6 player game in the base set. If you get the expansions, it can go up to 9. The community says best at 4 or 6. I've mostly played at 6 or 5. And I've played a few games at 4 as well. I agree. I haven't played the second edition at 9. I've played the first edition at 9. It's fine. they implement a simultaneous turn system that helps minimize downtime, but it's definitely still quite an undertaking. And I suspect if you've got 9 people, there's possibly larger civil. Well, I don't know. Maybe you should play TI at that point. We'll talk about that later. But anyway,
TI only goes to 8.
TI only goes to 8. What? Well, then you'll have
9. It has to be Eclipse.
And that's why Barry's here. So he's got the hard facts. So best at, more. Generally speaking, Eclipse, I like it best at more. But I also understand that there is some disagreement about that. So that's going to be a personal choice. The point is it scales well, although I'm not sure about 2 or 3 because I haven't tried it. Maybe Barry can talk more about that later. The defining characteristics of the game are the economy and the shipbuilding. The economy is often described as Euro-esque, specifically because it has to be carefully managed or else your empire can go into bankruptcy, which requires you to just withdraw from systems in space. It's pretty painful. We don't want that. The resources come from the systems you control, and if you can't pay their upkeep, you'll have to pull out of them, and then you'll lose that income in addition to anything you've built in the systems, which is painful. The sort of defining element of this economy is that the same tokens you put out to control the systems are the same tokens you use to take actions during the action phase. So the more tokens you put out for control, the fewer actions you can actually take unless you manage your income, because each token you place costs money. And so that's the sort of the wrinkle of this economic system. Low control means more actions, but also less income. So you've got to find that balance and ideally escalate control and income so you can keep taking sort of an average of about 5 or 6 actions around. There is also this quite complex sort of, not complex. There is also a tech system where you are researching technologies. These will help you with all the facets of the game. But one of the major elements of the technologies are they unlock ship parts. And the ship parts are a big tray of tokens that you can slot into these blueprints for your ships. So each player's board will have 4 blueprints, unless you're one of the expansion factions, but we won't worry about that. You've got 4 blueprints. You've got a little interceptor, a medium cruiser, a big dreadnought, and a starbase, which is like a defensive platform that doesn't move. And each of these blueprints has like slots. And what you can do is you start with like an engine and a really crummy gun and a little power supply. And you can unlock all these technologies that will give you access to blueprint tokens that you can then put on these slots to upgrade the ships. So you can add better guns, cloaking systems, targeting computers, missile arrays. And it's very versatile. So there's a lot of different ways you can go with the ships, loads and loads of guns, just a giant missile salvo, impossible to hit, lots and lots of hit points. So there's lots of things you can sort of do there and that's a really fun and sort of and very unique element of the game. Certainly I've never seen that sort of thing replicated in a game on this scale before. So, and looking around the table to see what different ships people are building, to see what they're capable of, to sort of gauge their threat and what you might want to do. Because once you've started upgrade, like you're at the beginning of the game, you're like, I want to just make better ships. And your options are limited because you don't have that much research. As the game moves on, you start being reactionary and looking at what are my opponents doing. You know, if they've got lots of missiles, I probably want lots of shields or like cloaking devices or not cloaking. Shields or hull and stuff like that. So there's this sort of meta game going on as well where you're scoping out each other's tech, paying attention to what the other players are doing. But round to round, all you're really doing is you're taking an action and your actions are going to be building ships, exploring space, researching technology, upgrading the ships. And it's quite nice. The upgrading is very simple. Like the minute you put a piece in a blueprint, all of your ships are immediately upgraded. So you can be quite tactical about that as well. And moving your ships around. One of the other unconventional things about the game is that there is no combat during the action phase. The combat phase is a separate phase after everyone is passed. And then all of the combats on the board are going to be resolved in a specific order. And so that means that it's very hard to sort of surprise attack someone, catch them off guard, and players will have a chance to react, although it can be quite expensive depending on the way the round has played out. So all of this sort of chit chat around looking at players' boards, controlling space, managing your economy and stuff, that might make Eclipse sound like a deeply strategic game, but I'd caution you that it's not. The economy is pretty much like a sort of a baseline. Like there's not a whole lot of flexibility about how you might manage that. You kind of just have to manage it. And really what it does is it gives you a sort of a baseline to assess the quality of the systems you're finding, the systems you have access to, what resources they're giving you. For example, if you've found no money systems or systems that produce money around you, you're going to have a really hard time regardless. And then you might have to focus on attacking other players who have money systems or finding some other way to generate income. But once you understand how that system works, it's just a case of managing it. And there's not much more to it than that. Generally speaking, withdrawing is not great. You might manage the system in such a way that you do have to withdraw from one system. That can be okay if you have a system you want to get out of. It's a sort of almost like a give me withdrawal, because if you don't auto withdrawal to manage your economy, then you have to take an action to withdraw. So there's an element of sort of administrating the empire as well. But that's really all just about evaluating your incomes and the board state. And it's all fairly intuitive once you get your head around it. So there is a huge amount of luck in the game. Fundamentally, I would argue that even though the asymmetrical races all have specific powers, and some of them are more consequential than others, some of them want you to play into the alien races more often than not, I think the biggest factor in this game is really how space unfolds. And that is to say the exploration part of the 4X. This has a lot of exploration in it. We start with, I think, just one tile per player plus a central tile. And then depending on whether or not you're playing with the hyperspace lanes, you might have some environmental tiles on the starting board. But you could also put in these space lanes that take those out and just make players closer to each other. So you might start with very few tiles on the board at all. So the first turn in Eclipse is almost always explore, and most of the first 3 rounds are largely exploration and sort of colonizing what you find. And the consequences of this random distribution of tiles are massive. This is a case where, I think the whole game can really be influenced by just what people pull. So there is a huge amount of luck in that, and sort of understanding if somebody got really, really lucky based on their asymmetrical race, based on the tiles they pulled, and evaluating that and players balancing the game state is, I think, a huge part of Eclipse. So there is a massive amount of luck in there. Then, of course, all of the combat is resolved by dice, and sometimes that can be incredibly random as well. So you can influence the dice. You can build those targeting computers that increase your chances to hit. You can build shields that decrease your opponent's chance to hit. If you both build them, then you're kind of back at square one. Or if you build the counters, you're back at square one. But it still doesn't matter. Because there's just one round of combat. If there's a combat with a huge consequence and it's swingy and it swings into an unlikely outcome, then that's a whole round where what you expected to happen didn't happen, which is big. So I think, it does have all of this depth. It does have all of this strategy. But once you've got that stuff sort of sorted out, I actually don't know if there's a massive sort of skill curve to the game. I think there's a huge amount of luck and influence of luck. On that topic of luck as well, I just wanted to mention the discovery tiles. Every time you discover a tile, you pull a discovery tile, and it can be hugely consequential as well. Some of those discovery tiles are just like, have another ship, which is okay. It depends how good your ships are. But some of them are like, here is an absolutely baller tech, which can really springboard you. Or here's a huge windfall of resources, which early game can be massively consequential as well. So just a lot of luck, and a lot of luck that can influence the early game and really set the tempo for player strengths moving forward. It is also a massive game. It takes up a huge amount of space. I've put here about the size of a Lacerda, but I think it might be bigger. Also, space is modular because it depends where people decide to explore. So, it wants a big space to play it on, especially at a higher player count. I love Eclipse. I really, really love it. But I think that's because I love the player interaction. I love the sort of the ad hoc debate, the non-committal agreements and discussions. I love the excitement, the swinginess, but I would describe it as an incredibly gamers game beer and pretzels event. It's not the kind of game where you can really commit to just getting way better over time. I think you just kind of ride the roller coaster of Eclipse and do your best not to screw up the stuff that demands your strategy, and then just try to ride out the rest, and if possible, convince people who the real strength at the table is. And if not, then just, I guess, have fun, because it's got scope for these ad hoc alliances. It's got scope for sort of heated moments and betrayals. And, there's a small amount of actual mechanical acknowledgement of alliances and betrayals, but it's not a huge part of the game compared to what people can talk about just in terms of table talk. I do think that one thing I've noticed about Eclipse, like no matter what kind of player you are, whether you're like a strategic player or a min-maxer or, sort of an emotionally driven player or, whatever, everybody seems to love the ships, like building the ships and the blueprints. I've seen players who are really strategic actually pass up getting more points just because they want to spend more time building the ships. People love building the ships almost universally, which I think is really cool. And it is, like I say, quite a unique element of the game that's not really replicated elsewhere. Like, I definitely have seen it in other games, but not sort of on this scale with as much more going on around it. Usually it's much more of a focus. Not that it isn't a focus here, but there's a lot more going on in this as well. And this does have, as far as sort of the 4Xs go and the four, and as helpful as that is, I suppose, as a way of understanding games, like often with 4X style board games, 1X is kind of like the dump stat, just kind of left to the side with a tacit acknowledgement. I'm thinking specifically about how we combat in Brazil Imperial, or Scythe, for example. But this definitely has all 4Xs. It has all 4Xs and they're fundamental part of the game. It's really, really important. All four of them, you can't just ignore any of them. There is a lot to discover in Eclipse. There's a lot of variety. There's a lot of chance for things to shake out differently. I think that's less true in just the core game, but there's a lot of little modular expansions and a lot of little extra bits you can pick up. And so if variety and variance is something that you want more of, there's scope for adding that. If you'd like to make the game more strategic, there's not a lot of possibility for that. It is what it is. I think that it's got a lot of replayability. A lot of that comes from, like I mentioned, the variance, the way things shake out, the way it feels sort of different every time I play. But then also there's just a huge amount of player interaction. And oftentimes, players will just play in ways that I didn't expect, I didn't anticipate, and that's surprising and exciting. And so I always love playing Eclipse. I always look forward to it. I really would have thought it'd be like sort of a once a year game, but it's become like a sort of 3 or 4 times a year game just because I'm so excited to get it out and play it, and people are excited to play it as well. So I think that's a real sort of like credit. I know it's not for everyone, and certainly there are people that don't like it. But for me, I always really, really enjoy it. There is, a lot of extra content available for it as well, but it comes out sporadically, so who knows? Anyway, what do you think, Barry? Do you agree? Am I wrong?
Well, in terms of your description of Eclipse, no, like that's makes sense. The areas where you're saying it's a little weaker in terms of relying on luck, if that's not something you like, yes, that is entirely true. But it is a game that gives you what you want from it, I would say. Like, if you know what it is going in, if you play your first game and you like it, you're probably going to like it after your second game, third game, probably fourth game as well. It doesn't. It gives you the feeling that you want for a 4X in space. But what I was saying, or what I will say, is that Eclipse and Twilight Imperium 4 are actually quite different beasts, right? Despite all the similarity that they share. Eclipse is very mechanism driven. It's often described as the Euro equivalent of Twilight Imperium 4, whereas Twilight Imperium 4 is very negotiation driven, I would say. Much more the players dictate some of the actions they can kind of take, and that's supported by the game and the negotiation what's the word I'm after here, structure that Twilight Imperium 4 gives you in terms of what you can trade, what's binding, what's not binding.
I just wanted to say, that I do think people describe Eclipse as Euro-esque specifically because of the economy and upkeep system, and I do think it's completely misleading. It's not a Euro game at all. It requires like that sort of fundamental Euro bookkeeping round to round, and that gives the actions consequences, right? Because without that, it would just be a set number of actions per round or something like that. So it asks you like to really evaluate what are the values of a lot of assets that are becoming available to you that are really just random. So it's like, look at these random things you've discovered and try to evaluate their worth, in this given moment by reading the board state. That's compelling, but I do think like Euro-esque typically means deterministic. And while the economy is deterministic, the game overall is not. It's super random. So that's why I think that's a bit of a mischaracterization. Now, I do agree that Eclipse, it does have scope for alliances. The core game has these very small alliances you can make, which help boost your economy a little bit. There is a much more sort of formal federation style system in the 9-player expansion. But none of it is as formal as the stuff that exists in TI. So I'll let you keep going on about that.
Fine. Now, I've not played the expansions for Eclipse, so I don't know what additional elements it added into the structure. But effectively, in Twilight Imperium, whether you're going to go into space or it's like, oh, look, I really need to attack you this turn. I don't want to. You can fight somebody that you don't want to fight, and you can convince them that actually you don't want to fight them. And like, look, if you just let me have this fight, I'll give you something. Whereas if you did that in Eclipse, because of the strict combat round, you have to roll the dice. Sure, you can retreat immediately, but you don't have the scope for giving the other player something to move out of the way, or affecting your neighbours in quite the same way. Sharing the ambassadors in Eclipse is something, boost your economy, but as soon as you attack someone, that all alliances are off. Whereas you could have a skirmish still, but still have a off-table alliance. The players still have an alliance, but they had to have that fight to give up that planet or whatever.
Yeah, so the way you trade goods and stuff in TI is sort of purely an immediately resolved transaction. So, if you want to make some kind of deal or negotiation, you just give someone something and then it's done. Whereas in Eclipse, there is no way to just give anyone anything. So all you can really do, the way alliances work is effectively you get to place an income cube, and then every income phase, you'll have some benefit for having that cube out. So, it's sort of an ongoing thing. There's also a -2 points tile, which you'll take if you attack someone you have an alliance with, one of the alliance tokens, which is, 2 points can be consequential. Eclipse is, a 30 to, like, if you scored 50 points in Eclipse, you'd be doing incredibly well. Like, you'd be sort of, the other players have allowed this to happen, by dint of not working towards bringing your score down. But typically mid-30s is like where most games of Eclipse shake out. I would venture that and Eclipse has this sort of system of pinning ships as well, and ships pin each other. So it's difficult to orchestrate safe passage, right? Like even though you've got an alliance token with someone, you can't move through their systems. You still, but you can in the same way you can move through anyone's systems. But if you stop, you'll bomb their planets. If they have other ships in there, they'll still pin you. So the only way to sort of orchestrate safe passage in Eclipse is to move your whole army out the way and trust that this person is going to move through your systems instead of stopping there and attacking you. And so, and it's quite a lot to organize just, but you know, I've seen players do it because they're trying to gang up on somebody, and the way the board shakes out, access can be difficult to maneuverability can be limited. So you might need to move through someone else's stuff.
But ultimately, the negotiation elements of Twilight Imperium 4 are what make it the longer game. There's a lot of arguing. There's a lot of, I'll do this if you do this. And then you're waiting to see, waiting to see who blinks at times before you take in that action. And you're trying to leverage other people's relationships to get what you want from it by weighing in on one side or the other, depending on what's being discussed around the table. Even if that player's the opposite side of the map from you. So both games though are space themed 4Xs, so you would think that they're the same. That's why this comparison often comes up. But if we look at some of the differences between each of the X's, I'll be aware that they're a lot interconnected. Now you mentioned with exploration that Twilight Imperium perhaps doesn't do it quite as well, and that was, I'd still say is true. I'd actually say exploration's the weakest area of both games. Eclipse being luck driven is what takes that to being weaker. So in Twilight Imperium 4, the map is all laid out when you start, because there's areas you can't move into, or there's wormholes that connect different places, or hyperlanes same way. And so there was not a lot of exploration in the core game. In Prophecy of Kings, exploration gets an improvement in that when a system's first taken over, you reveal an explore card and something happens. So it's the same thing as discovering the tile, but if you discover a culture planet, you would flip a culture explore and you would see what you get. And that could be a one-time resource, a relic, something that changed the values of your planets. So adds to that exploration that didn't exist in the core set. But because Eclipse, like you mentioned, you can be crippled if you get 2 dead zones as your first explore, and other players get 2 different economy planets down. Whereas you're not going to run into that in Twilight Imperium. So they both got pros and cons. The exploration is definitely more explory in Eclipse, but more swingy.
Yes, massively. Well, and to an extent as well, I know that the serious TI players will decide a map beforehand, and then when players are choosing races, picking your starting location, also known as your slice, is part of that opening draft. And so there's an expectation for you to evaluate the board state and what slices are more or less valuable to the different asymmetrical factions, and choose sort of accordingly, or even hate draft to make sure someone doesn't get like a broken combo.
Correct. We're not at that stage in terms of how much I've played it, but that is a thing. And map creation is actually a big thing as well. There's a lot of different pre-generated maps that you can use, but you can also set it up randomly at the start, but then you still want to be drafting where you're going to start. And so then there's exploitation. I'd say Eclipse is more so than Twilight Imperium an economy game, which you touched on. And exploitation is just really the gaining resources from the things that you end up controlling. Right. So in Twilight Imperium 4, exploitation fuels negotiation. So different, but I'll come on to the economy specifically in a moment to kind of explain the difference. But but you're not really exploiting the planet. The planets that you control, you use to power votes. So again, it all comes back to this negotiation thing. In Eclipse, the planets you exploit power your actions, power your what you can do in a turn, what you can build, what you can afford. In Twilight Imperium, the exploitation of the planets powers your influence for during the agenda phase where you're voting on something, and at various other points during the game. So,
but they also give you the material you need to build stuff and the science icons, right? Or at least some science icons.
Yeah, so it is there in both. I think it is just a slightly bigger part in Eclipse than, well, different part. I think it's more traditional in Eclipse, shall I say, than Twilight Imperium, because you really want those planets for the negotiation as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think I mean, for me, like the big sort of difference, I think, is in Twilight Imperium. There's really no reason not to take a system if you can. Just gaining more and more systems is always good without any, major repercussions to that. In Eclipse, oftentimes it's something you have to think about, because taking control of a system fundamentally has an upkeep cost, and you have to evaluate whether that cost is worth it. And there will be a number of planets in the system, and maybe you can't even colonize them all this round. Maybe you can, but are they producing the resource you want? And if they are, but you can't take them all, then which ones are you going to colonize? Which incomes do you need? There's 3 resources, So I think, there's a little bit more nuance to it in Eclipse by dint of the fact that it has an upkeep per system. So you just can't take control of everything you want.
And then expansion. Now, as you mentioned, Eclipse has more physical expansions than Twilight Imperium, which only has 1.
Mm-hmm.
That's not quite what we mean. Yeah. But the reward for spreading out an Eclipse, just kind of what you said, is more apparent in that it fuels the economy there. But there's the opportunity cost or the economy cost to maintaining those, whereas spreading out in Twilight Imperium, like you say, is just better. If you can control a planet for any length of time, even if somebody comes and takes it from you, you're still better to have had it than to have never had it at all. But what you might find a little more in Twilight Imperium is there's less combat, right? So coming on to extermination as well. That's one of the biggest differences. But the cost for combat's, I would say, greater in Twilight Imperium. Moving a whole fleet into an area and being stuck there for the rest of the round makes you a bit more vulnerable. I know you get, ships are locked in Eclipse depending on who's got like the bigger fleet in that space. But the ships in Eclipse are more fun. I'd say that's the core part of it, right? Every ship in Twilight Imperium 4 has its own stats, but across the different races, they're pretty similar to start with, at least. Every ship in Eclipse can be entirely different based on what you find early doors, what you build, where your tech tree goes down. And sure, there's some scope for differentiation as the game progresses within Twilight Imperium, but it's slower to build up, I think, I'd say, and combat's more meaningful because you're moving usually larger fleets by the time you're going into a fight.
And I think... Sorry.
No, it's fine.
I was going to say, I think, in a way, that's why you see a bigger sort of emphasis on table talk and negotiation in TI, because the combats tend to be bigger and less frequent and potentially more consequential. They can be very consequential in Eclipse as well, but the other thing about Eclipse is like there's a real sort of, particularly once people are sort of across it, if they're doing a reasonable job of balancing the board state, there's also an element of opportunism. But like Eclipse can kind of shake out, to be pretty close. Like there's not often massive differentials in scores unless people really don't understand the game. And that's partly because nobody can expand infinitely, right? Like in TI, because there's no limitation on the size you can become, guess if people aren't stopping you, you can get outrageous. Whereas in Eclipse, it's never going to happen because eventually you're going to butt up against insurmountable upkeep costs.
Yeah.
And so, like, you do get, little skirmishes. You get people sort of pinning ships here and there, and stuff like that. But in TI, I think, the combat is way more consequential. And just on that point, TI also, that you were talking about the fleets, TI has more different ship types. A lot of them need to be researched or unlocked, but a lot of them are standard. There is, of course, different factions have different ease of access to different types, and then each faction has what's called its flagship, which is, kind of baseline statistically very similar, but also tends to have like some kind of cool asymmetrical power.
Yeah. So the War Suns are probably cooler. If you imagine in the middle of Eclipse, there's a War Sun, and then imagine if every faction had its own War Sun.
Right, but it takes ages to build those unless you're the lava people.
Yeah, it sure does. Go about both halves. But I'd say broadly, combat's better in Eclipse, just for getting stuck in, whereas last round combats in Twilight Imperium can feel way more epic. You're moving huge fleets.
Yeah.
With potentially, different powers and doing different things. You're rolling a lot of dice at that point. But they're both dice-driven combats. And I think actually Eclipse, you think you've got a better chance than you do sometimes. So if you're staying in, you'll find people kind of fight to the bitter end a lot of the time. Thinking, no, I can get lucky here. He just needs to roll a miss, and I'll roll two hits.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think also in Eclipse, people do, especially new players, do struggle to sort of evaluate the strength of the blueprints. And that, I suppose, maybe is the biggest skill curve in the game, other than sort of just understanding. Again, managing the economy is not hard. Understanding the value of systems and the value of discoveries in a given moment is quite difficult. Like, as a general rule, if you can't put out 2 income cubes, it's probably not worth controlling the system. But if you're existing in a part of space where there's a complete deficit of, say, science planets, and you find 1 science planet in a system that's otherwise barren, then it might be worth taking that. So that kind of evaluation, bit of a skill curve, but then understanding the blueprints, the sort of strength of people's fleets, and like I said, a more experienced Eclipse player will look at your blueprints and go, oh, you've done this thing, so now I'm going to upgrade my ships and just tech like this so that I have an advantage in the fight. And I think, again, sort of being able to understand the interworkings of the blueprints to be able to sort of just make sort of little changes that could have a meaningful impact on combat. That's, again, another sort of part of the skill curve of Eclipse. Having said that, you're right, in the sense that, I mean, both games for a start have all of these individual combats that are all resolved, and sometimes they can take a long time to resolve. Mm-hmm. Like, both games have that problem. And, again, it's just, you have to be prepared when you're playing either of these to sit down and do a big dice-off combat. TI combats do scale up to be massively larger than Eclipse combats, though. Like, just the fleet sizes, the number of miniatures in Eclipse is just smaller overall. On the topic of combat as well, very quickly before we move on, also, Eclipse has a very, very simple system for conquering planets. Towards the end of the game, most people have neutron bombs and just wipe people out of entire systems. But if you don't, you just kind of have a sort of a bombardment round to round. This can also be very swingy, because if you're planning to capture a bunch of systems and then you whiff on all of your rolls and suddenly your big conquest comes to naught, that can be another time when Eclipse is swingy. Suffice to say, conquering planets and occupying planets, incredibly minimal. In TI, more involved, because it models planet like land conflict a little bit. It's not huge, but you do have soldiers who have to put boots on the ground. Your opponents can have defensive structures that fight those guys, and so like it's a little bit more involved as well, and that might happen in the same round where you're doing the space conflict. So you might have this sort of big moment where 2 players are just having it off some big battle, that, you're not involved in at all.
Yeah, have to wait it out. And like I say, the expansion does also introduce mechs, which are ground units, to drop them in as well. Fine. So a few other things that are different you might want to weigh up in terms of which one's for you. So Eclipse ends after 8 turns. Doesn't matter what else is going on. 8 turns, or you don't end it if you win the middle, do you?
No. Only it's 8 rounds and that's it. There's no other endgame condition. You can also be functionally eliminated from Eclipse. It's very rare, but it can happen.
Yeah. I guess that's the same in Twilight Imperium if people lock you into your home system.
They can conquer your home system, right?
Yeah, and if you do that, then you can't vote or take agendas, so you can't really score any points to win.
But can you be wiped off the board?
You can. Don't think it happens that often because it's not advantageous usually to wipe somebody out. Like, you're not advancing your agenda. So just in terms of the end game, Eclipse ends after 8 turns, and whoever has the most points is the winner. Right? You're going to score points from your tech upgrades, a lot of your combat, some of the negotiation with the ambassador tiles, whatever the discovery tiles if you've got any, and primarily like your areas controlled. But they'll all add up into points.
I mean, it almost feels a little bit Euro-esque, the scoring at the end of Eclipse. It's like, look at all the things that you did during the game. You'll get some points for all of them. There's some tiles you get from combat as well, which can be random. They're numbered 1 to 4. And at the end of a combat, based on how successful you were, you'll just pull a handful of them and pick the highest value to keep. So that can be quite swingy. It's designed to encourage people to start fighting earlier because you might get access to those higher value tiles. But functionally, you're just kind of looking across all the things you normally do in the game to win and get some points. Some factions have little asymmetrical scoring things as well, but some don't.
Mm-hmm. And then on the other side of the coin, Twilight Imperium ends when one player's earned 10 victory points in the base game, right? Or when there's no more objectives left to reveal. You set up 5 level 1 objectives, 5 level 2 objectives at the start of the game. You reveal 2 of the level 1s to begin with, and each one of them is worth a point. And then the level 2 objectives are worth 2 points. Now, functionally, this means the game will end round 6, right? 5 if you've got more experienced players, because turn 5 reveals the first 2-point objective, and that's the first time you can get 10 points, and somebody can have it. However, that 2-point objective can be game defining. Right, mm-hmm. if you're in contention for winning, that 2-point objective comes up, and you're closer to doing it than anybody else, or other players are not able to do that in the same round. You can more easily win from that. So that element of luck can be mitigated, particularly at longer player counts. You can at longer point counts. You can play up to 14 points, and one of the variants is you reveal all level 2 objectives come turn 5, and then everybody's working towards whatever they're closest to again.
That's interesting. Yeah, I was going to say in my, so when I was, like, I've only played TI4 twice. So I've not got a massive amount of experience with it. But, I think one of the things I learned very quickly was that you really have to focus on completing the objectives, because that's how you get points, mm-hmm. and that's how you score. Now, there is another system where you can get secret objectives and try and score those, but you need a faction that kind of leans into doing that. And you still need to focus on these public objectives, which define the game. And based on what they are, that can really influence how this game of TI shakes out. It might be asking you to get lots of trade goods, or it might be asking you to research sciences and things like that. So you can only score 1 public objective per round, which is massive, because it means you really need to focus on them, because you can't just sort of pick
them up later.
Yeah, exactly. If you suddenly qualify for 4 in a single round, then you still need to wait for 4 rounds to claim them. So that's huge. So you really need to focus on them just to make sure you can keep pace and score them. And as you say, this happened in my second game when we flipped the first round 2 objective. I just happened to qualify for it. And quite frankly, I was going to be out of that game that round if I didn't win it that round. I would have been done. Mm-hmm. So it meant that purely by dint of the fact that when that was flipped, I already qualified for it. I I would win instead of lose.
There are some not house rules necessarily, variant rules that allow you to mitigate that a little bit. But yes, it can be that. I'd say that's potentially for mid-level play. That can be one of the more swingy factors, and so if you don't like that, you can look into some of these variants to help fix it a little. But that does also mean there's a variable round, right? Normally it'll finish about turn 5 once people know the rules. Turn 6, if you've managed to stop the player that's winning, you're also going to pick up objective points for your secret objectives, like Mike said, and for controlling Mercantile Rex in the middle. And so that could become a point of contention where people are trying to take it from you by the end.
Just very quickly, I'll sum up as well, because I don't know if I explicitly mentioned this, and I really ought to have. TI is just much longer, right? Like TI is, community says best at 6 or 8. That's definitely true. Eclipse best at 4, 6. I don't actually think there's a massive difference once you go past 6, except that you have to start using the simultaneous turn system. You also need the expansions for that, so whatever. But like, Eclipse is still going to be 1 to 4 hours shorter than TI, probably. It's also more consistently predictable. So I reckon, Eclipse is probably 3 to 6 hours pretty consistently, and that depends entirely on player count. The variance there depends on player count, really, and people's familiarity, of course, all of that. But TI, because of this, the way it can end, it's 6 or 8 hours probably. It could go longer. It's going to be swingy depending on player count, depending on those objectives and how they come out. And if you're playing with Prophecy of Kings, I think not only does that add, and this is just what I've observed from people playing it, it adds more time, but also because of there's some variance in there as well. Like I know that the players who've played it have said it can be harder to score the grade 2 objectives, and so it can go longer.
Mm-hmm. So the it's just the negotiations, the big part of it, right? I don't even think I've had a game of Eclipse. I've only played up to 6, but a game of Eclipse going to 6 hours seems insane, right? If it's your first game and nobody's played before, maybe. I feel like I've had 4-player games play in 2 hours, and 6-player games play in about 3.5 hours.
Oh, Eclipse.
Yeah. Whereas, yes, Twilight Imperium is very much, mostly because it is an event game and people are playing all day. It does go 8 hours plus if you're even at 6 players.
Yeah, you need to take meal breaks during Twilight Imperium, and that just adds time.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yeah. There's the other things that go on around it that make it last a little longer. If everybody just focuses, I'm sure, pro players are getting games done inside 3 hours. But that's not you. If you don't know it's you, it's not you, right? You're taking all day.
If you're listening to this podcast to find out what TI is about, it's not you.
Correct, yeah, right? You are taking at least 6 hours. You're taking at least an hour a player.
At least.
Yeah, and probably more. Fine, but anyway, so the variety-wise, I've not played with the expansions for Eclipse. I think the races or the factions in Twilight Imperium 4 have greater differentiation than Eclipse. I don't know if you think that's true, but
I agree completely.
What your strategy is a lot more. I feel like a lot of your, like you mentioned, like your early actions are always kind of exploring Eclipse, and then depending on what you find, kind of set thing up a little bit. Sure, if you're what's the faction that wants to just go hang out with aliens?
The Descendants of Draco.
Yeah, like you can just go hang out with aliens, whereas other players have to build up before they can fight them. So the variable powers are there, and they do affect what you can do and how you're going to go about the game.
And some of those factions are more or less consequential, right? Their asymmetry has a bigger or smaller impact. I also feel like they probably put the 6 most consequential alien asymmetrical races in the core set. The expansions are a mixed bag, but it's always nice to have some more stuff.
Whereas I'd say, the expansions for Prophecy of Kings and the Codexes are the even more weird and wonderful factions in Twilight Imperium. but basically, because of who you are, who your neighbors are, who you're going to bump into first, what the board setup's like, um, and how that plays into what you're going to do early in Twilight Imperium, I think that is going to give you more legs in terms of just seeing how it shakes out game to game without changing anything. Without changing anything other than the setup.
Well,
the tech tree. Oh, yeah.
sorry, yeah, you're about to talk about the tech tree, and yeah, I just say, when I play TI, it's you know it's immediately apparent that there's a much bigger um uh the asymmetrical races in TI are not just distinguished by different powers and therefore complexities, but also just general power levels. Some of them are just much better than the others. I'd venture in Eclipse,
yes.
they're reasonably balanced, albeit some of them want players to be a bit more on the ball about when they do things. Specifically, the Descendants of Draco, if they get lucky with their initial exploration, can accelerate out the gate. And so you must do something about them quite early. Whereas Planta, if left, which are a plant people in Eclipse that expand and get extra points for control but are easy to kill, if you don't need to necessarily do something about them early doors, but if you leave them completely unperturbed the whole game, they will do very well. So, there is that, but I think in TI, what I've observed is that there are a couple of factions that are just considered overall stronger.
Yeah, and there's some that are much more direct, and they're typically tend to be good until you get to the very high levels, and then there's certainly some factions that are much more likely to win than others. To the point where, much like, say, something like Terra Mystica, you could do even an agenda point buy on what's left at times with those. There's very good spreadsheets. There's a big community of Twilight Imperium players. There are very good spreadsheets on win rates at player counts and different setups and all these kind of things, so you can kind of get an idea for who's stronger or weaker. But what you'll also find is there's still some degree of dissent, where some players are having a very good time with a faction that's considered weaker, and other players just like, no, I hate this. I don't know how you're winning.
And anecdotally, player count is definitely a big, and player familiarity of the game is a big element of it as well. Case in point, the last game of TI I played, we had, I can't remember all of the factions that were in the game, but I was the lava people that started with the War Sun, right? And they're generally considered to be quite bad. But the other players were very sort of risk averse, conflict averse, and I beelined onto Mechatol Rex and sat there with my War Sun and basically dominated the game because other players just didn't really understand.
Try and stop you. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they didn't understand, but it wasn't that they didn't, but they didn't try to stop me because they were newer to the game and they didn't really understand my power level or how precarious I was. And, I wasn't deliberately taking advantage of that. This was only my second game too, but that's just kind of how it shook out. And I understand that in a game with much more experienced players, that would never have been allowed to happen. And so that's why that faction is considered particularly weak.
Fair enough. But the tech trees in Eclipse are much more, I'd say they're more interesting, right? They're more variable.
It's a completely,
what you find and what you get.
Yeah, it's a completely different system. The way it works in TI is everyone's got the same tech tree, but then with some asymmetrical faction techs, and you all do your own teching. So you'll buy different techs from the tree. You're also going to get far fewer, right? Like, getting 5 or 6 or 7 techs in TI from my very limited experience, maybe some people get more, and it depends, of course. The university faction are very good at techs. They're going to get a lot more of them. Other factions might only get 3 or 4, right? But in Eclipse, again, like, it depends on your science economy. If you get a good science sector, you'll get more. If you get less good science sector, you'll get less. Everybody's working off the same tech slots, the same tech tree, so to speak, but there's like 30 techs, and there's 3 trees that just escalate in cost. And what is available at any given moment is completely random. You pull techs out of bag at the beginning of a round, put them into the market, so to speak. You don't need to go linearly, so you could buy the last tech in a tree as your first, but the more you research, the cheaper each subsequent tech gets, and it'd be very difficult to buy one without the discounts that come from investing in that path. But also, like, you're more likely to get more. If you have a bad science economy, you might only get sort of 5 or 6 techs, but if you've got a very good science economy or even an average science economy, sort of 8 to 10 is not unusual, or even more.
Yep. But in terms of just what I was saying with Twilight Imperium, just from your faction and your neighbours and the board setup, leading to variety as to how you're going to go about your strategy. For Eclipse, the tech that comes up and what you get access to early can also lead to changes even within the same faction, game on game. So there is a lot of variety in both, I'd say. I think you're I think you can go into Eclipse with more of a plan.
Oh, really?
It might fall apart as soon as you explore. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I see what you mean. Yeah, I think with Eclipse especially, you're going to be more sort of tactical about the technologies. A lot of them sort of can help solve problems that have come out of the random distribution of things. You might even, in Eclipse, hate draft a tech just to stop one of your nearby enemies getting it, because they are random and they might not come out again, or they might not come out again for multiple rounds, or maybe it just denies it to them this round, which is critical. In TI, you can't do that, right? But in TI, of course, you are still going to be looking at the other players, what factions they are, what strategies they're doing, and you can pick your techs based on that. On the other hand, there are also known sort of tech openings for each faction. They'll be like, yes, if you're this faction, you want to do this, 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 and this, and then this will give you this strength, and you can try to accomplish this next thing. So there are sort of set paths in TI which would just be impossible to map in Eclipse, because you just don't know what's going to be available.
Yep. And what was I going to say on that one? Like, even if you have a strategy for Twilight Imperium, what your faction's good at might not be what's going to get you points. And so having to figure out what you're doing to get those points makes sense. If you need two technologies, if you need 2 blue technologies or something early on, and you don't have good blue technologies, then you got to decide, is that worth going for, or do I do something else?
Yeah, that's coming back to that fixed objectives and that sort of relentless pursuit of the objectives being so crucial to TI.
Yeah. And then the economy, and to a degree the trading, which is mostly apparent in Twilight Imperium. So to my mind, Eclipse is hoarding, right? You get as much as you can, defend it. And we've spoken of the sort of potential to cap out what you can actually afford to keep. Whereas the economy in Twilight Imperium, often you don't get money directly. It's very rare to get money directly. What you get is commodities that you have, or goods that you have to trade into commodities that you can spend. And you have to trade with your neighbours, and that requires negotiation. But you can also get away with not having a lot of economy and the sort of a lot of negotiation to trade your goods with. Like if you're a wartime faction, you might not focus on that at all. Whereas if you're the Space Lions, you're going to be trading with anybody you can. You love it. It's your favourite thing to do. You're going to trade that way. But the interesting part about the economy within Twilight Imperium is that you'll be using that economy to your advantage as part of negotiation. So you'll be like, well, I'll trade you these goods if you don't attack me this turn or whatever, right? Or if you give up that system, I'll give you all 6 of my commodities that you can turn into goods. Something along those lines. And one degree of that, another axis of that economy is promissory notes, right? So it comes back to negotiation.
Yes, the promissory notes, which they recommend you don't use in your first game, but you need to use.
Use them.
Yes, use them.
Don't listen to the rules.
I never played without them.
So the promissory notes are sort of faction specific. Some of them are the same. Most of them are the same.
Yeah, they're mostly the same. I think a few factions have some unique ones.
You've got one or two. Well, every faction's got one unique one.
That's
I
right.
think with the expansion, they've now got two unique ones.
Okay.
And you can give another player this. So let's understand negotiation in Twilight Imperium. If you can do something at the time where you're negotiating, you must, if you've agreed to do it. If you give some sort of future indication that you'll do something, that is non-binding. You do not have to, when time comes for you to fulfill your part of that bargain, even if the other player has given you 3 commodities, you do not have to, if your very next action is to attack them when you just said that you wouldn't, they can do nothing about it. These promissory notes ensure that you do what you said. So you would give, say your faction promissory note, which will mean that that player can at any point cash that in to make sure that you don't attack them, or you, they have access to one of your technologies, or something along those lines. But in addition, they can negotiate away your promissory notes to another player. So you might be fine with negotiating with the player to your left, but you're very much at war with the player to their left, and they're like, "Well, what if I give you this? What's in it for me?" And it's a whole nother layer of this sort of trading and economy stuff that Eclipse doesn't have, but it's also a big part why the game takes twice as long, 3 times as long.
Yeah. Yeah, just to be clear, the promissory notes are specific. So it might be, you hand this back to the owner and get one of the technologies, or duplicate one of the technologies they've got. Or you hand this back to the owner, and when they would attack you, they can't. And that can take them out of the attack for the whole round, just because of the way attacking and moving works in TI. So, they are massively consequential, and they do act as quite a valuable trade good, and people are reticent to trade them, but they can be quite powerful as well. There is also just one promissory note where if you have it from someone else, it just counts as a point.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a whole point in there, and when you're racing to 10, that can be a big deal.
10% of your points. Quick math. And then sort of last couple of bits, player count. I'd say Eclipse is better at lower numbers. I played my learning game at 2. It was fine. It was fine. Like, we butted heads at times. There was enough exploration. It didn't feel like less of a game. I've played it a number of times at 3. Games quite quick. Again, no problem with it. And I've played it at 5 and 6. And each time's been as good at all player counts. I don't know if I'd go below 4 on Twilight Imperium. And really you want the 6. Or potentially the 8 players. I've not played 8 players yet. I've only got 6 chairs. But 6 players is the most common number to play at for me, and I think perhaps for a lot of people. And so if you don't regularly have 6 players, or at least 4 players, Eclipse is the better bet for you there. So all that said, I think something to consider is that Twilight Imperium, for me at least, remains, no matter how many times I've played it, an event game, right? You're not just busting it out because people are over, what we're going to play. You're planning to play Twilight Imperium before people come round. You're making sure everybody's remembering the rules. You've printed off player aids, and everybody's read up on their strategies for what they kind of want to go into it with. Whereas Eclipse, for me, became quite quickly, yeah, this is fine. We can play this. I don't need to brush up on the rules. I don't need to specifically be planning for people to play it. If people come around and they want to play Eclipse, that is fine. We can absolutely bust it out. Whereas I would never say that for Twilight Imperium.
Yeah,
mostly because you wouldn't have time if you're not planned for it.
Well, you can't. It's also not really feasible to sit down and do a teach. I mean, you can teach the basics, sure, but the teach is going to be an hour probably if people don't know how to play at all. They're going to have a lot of questions, and that's the other thing about Twilight Imperium. Like, if you're asking a lot of questions during the game because you don't understand what's going on, that's going to be really tough because there's so much sort of evaluating the worth of things, and trying to figure out
And people have their own plans and stuff. So
yeah.
if you're asking somebody, oh, would it be good if I went here? It's like, well, I really don't want you to go there.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to. I guess what I'm trying to say is during the game, it's almost impossible to offer impartial advice. You know,
Yep.
you can't just be a sort of a friendly teacher during a game of TI. I mean, you can, but then it becomes an entirely different experience. There's no way to have a competitive game of TI,
Yep.
which is, you know, obviously the natural way it's meant to be played, while also being a sort of a friendly, impartial teacher. You can do the latter, but it just means this is a learning game that we're not playing seriously.
Yeah.
It's more possible in Eclipse. It's more possible in Eclipse. Just sit the people who need just sit them opposite the teacher, so they're not next to the teacher.
Yeah, so I mean, hopefully that's useful for people to understand a few of the differences without going through, like, if you've watched a rules video, that's one thing, right? But understanding the practicalities of the game is another thing. Hopefully that's offered some clarity to some people to make a decision about whether they think it's right for them. But really it comes down to, I think at its core, do you have people that are going to play either regularly and in what context? Because both are good games. Both have stronger and weaker areas, and both have fairly different mechanisms, even though they're the same genre and theme.
Yeah. And they even look similar, you know, when you look at both boards, you know, you see space hexagons and spaceship fleets moving around and
rolling dice for combat and they look very similar. I can see why people compare them, but they are not the same beast.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and they're both long, albeit one is much longer than the other. They're both quite long, but I think that's where the sort of the similarities end, really. I guess they want bigger player counts, or they benefit from that. But you're right, Eclipse scales much better across player count, I think.
Never played it before.
Eclipse.
Yeah,
it's good. You know, and on that point, you know, like when I played, just anecdotally, when I played Eclipse most recently, I was Mechanima, who are a computer civilization, and their main thing is they can upgrade their ships really quickly and easily compared to the time it takes other people. And I was next to the Orion Hegemony, who are the straight out the gate war fist faction, you know, just hammering people. They start with better ships. They start with stronger ships. And they just want to be going to war right away. And Mechanima are quite good at war as well, albeit it takes them longer to spin up. They also, their ships are just cheaper to make than everyone else's. And I thought, all right, well, you know what? We're probably going to lose this because me and Orion are going to go to war right away. And then we're just going to be duking it out for most of the game while the factions opposite us, the Descendants of Draco and the Hydran Progress, are both sort of Descendants of Draco just get along with the environmental dangers, and they just want to sort of build up a strong base. They're quite flexible because of they don't have to worry about fighting the computer. They actually want to keep it alive, or the board game. And then Hydra Progress are just really good at research. And I was like, we're going to end up fighting each other the whole time. These two are just going to be doing their own thing and just sort of building up, and we're going to lose over time because of our war. And instead, the Orion Hegemony was just like, yeah, we'll have peace in our time. And I think that really worked well for us as the aggressive factions, because it meant we could turn our aggressions away from each other onto these other two factions that were not really geared for it, certainly out the door. And, you know, one of the other players who'd played before, the Descendants of Draco player who had the most experience at the table, was like, no, you need to attack Mechanima, or else, you know, this is going to go horribly. And and part of me was thinking, well,
for you.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Part of me was thinking, well, they're right. Normally, you know, you would expect the two aggressive players to have to pitch against each other. On the other hand, Descendants of Draco are also really strong out the gate. If the AI board game enemies fall correctly for them, and nobody does anything about it. But, you know, in a way, I don't think the Orion Hegemony player was thinking about it in that, or knew the game well enough to consider Maybe they did. Maybe I'm giving them too little credit. But I don't think that they were thinking, right, we're both the aggressive factions, so let's turn that aggression against the less aggressive players because that'll be more profitable long term. But that's what they did, and it really worked out for both of us. We came first and second, so there you go.
I think as Orion, you do want to be picking on. You've got the strength at the start, and then you kind of get weaker as the game goes on a little bit.
Well,
so
it depends if you can keep pace, right? Because they've got those power supplies that are just plugged into the outside of the ship. It's so good.
Yeah, being able to power more.
Just get more power.
Yeah, bigger weapons.
But yeah, you will be outpaced if you're not using your initial strength to sort of reduce the tempo of the other factions.
Yeah. Cool. Was there anything else you wanted to say about either?
No, not really. I hope that sort of helped people to really sort of get a deeper dive into these two games. I think fundamentally, Eclipse is always going to be a more accessible game that accommodates a variety of skill factors more easily. I think TI has a much bigger skill curve and will reward sort of long-term investment more fully if you really want to get into something that is going to be, something you can get into. And, the evidence to the point is that TI has, a whole community. There's competitive play. There's podcasts about it, and they're constantly releasing these new codexes, which come with like factions and tweaks and updates and things like that. None of that is happening for Eclipse. Eclipse is more of like sort of, I think Eclipse gives you this sort of sense of playing a big, epic, grand game, but it's more accessible and it can just be kind of broken out on an opportune moment, albeit it's a little bit difficult to find those moments if you're not, setting it up in advance, but it could be done. But it's you're not going to get, it's a fun event or a fun game to play, but you're not going to get sort of mastery of it over time. There's some skill curve to it, of course, but not like TI.
Fair.
Yep. But for what it's worth, in TI, you can be any color with any faction. People will tell you there's certain ways they're supposed to be married up, but you don't have to do that. You can do whatever you want. In Eclipse, really want to get each one is a specific color.
Yeah, I really want to get specific models and paint them all up, but I can't store them anywhere. Right, I'm out of storage, so I'm not going to. It's the end of that one.
Yep. That's fair enough.
I've got the main game and the expansion in the box, and that's it. Right, you're not fitting anything else in there.
All right. Well, and oh yeah, and to that point as well, I suppose Eclipse has fewer expansion. Well, not fewer, but less consequential expansions. There is some variety to pick up there. It is easier to disentangle the expansions from Eclipse than it is to disentangle Prophecy of Kings from TI.
You have the Kickstarter Eclipse, right?
I do. I have
I had access to the retail Eclipse, and there was bits missing, and it was very obviously bits were missing because they weren't in the tray. And I don't know if you can still get those Kickstarter bits.
So a lot of the Kickstarter bits are available. A lot of them are just sort of little baggy expansions. So you'll get a baggie with a couple of tiles or a die or some punch board in it. The ones that I've not seen reappear, and I don't know if you can buy. So if people are interested, leave a comment. I'll look into it or even email out to Pellet because I have a contact there. But were the AI controlled, board controlled entities. There's 3 of them. There's Ancients, Guardians, and there's the Central Defense System. And you won't play with the Guardians in most circumstances. They're used at lower player counts to occupy spaces where players would be, but I would always recommend using the hyperlanes if you have them. If you don't have them, you can buy those for, I think it's £12, but you do need 2 packs, so it's like 25 quid. You can just print them off the internet or even draw them on a piece of paper. So, you didn't hear it from me, but you can get around that. But it just makes space closer together. So at lower player counts, you're more likely to be fighting each other than the board game. And I recommend just taking the Guardians out, never using them, and using those instead. But the ancients are the sort of the mooks that you'll find in random pieces of space, and the central defense system is the big war star, Death Star, that sits in the middle of the board, and whoever can destroy it will get access to the best system in the game. And each one of those has a stats tile that tells you how tough it is, and the core retail game comes with two. The sort of baby's first game, these are relatively easy and manageable to kill, and then slightly more advanced tiles. And you can use them in any combination as well. So you could have a more advanced central defense system and easier to kill ancients, or vice versa, whatever you feel. It's random. It's Eclipse. It doesn't matter. It's random. There's no strategy. If you bought the Kickstarter edition, you have 3 options for each of those. And I've never seen that third option, which I think is just an even more difficult one. I think. I'm not sure if it's, I think it is just even more difficult. I've not seen those made available anywhere else yet. On the one hand, they're just stat tiles. If you can find a photo of them, you can make them yourself.
Yeah, I think I'm looking at the Kickstarter just now, but I can't quite work out what was Kickstarter exclusive or not.
I don't think there is very much. The playmat was not Kickstarter exclusive, but is quite hard to find. And the playmat for Eclipse is very useful. It also comes with all the hyperlanes printed on it. So you could just use that. You wouldn't need to buy those tiles separately. They're just printed on the mat if you want to use that. So I do think that the playmat for Eclipse is especially useful because it actually has like content on it. Other than that, the wash, if you want the wash on the ships, that was nice to have, but not essential, obviously. But I don't think there was really any other Kickstarter exclusive bits.
All right. I mean, definitely making some reference to tiles, like map tiles, hexes, a couple of techs. But I can't tell if it's new content, like optional player turn order tracker. I don't think that's in the retail game.
No, that's not in the retail game. But 2 points about that. One, I always play with it. I like it better. It means that the turn order for the next round is the order people passed in, instead of clockwise from the first person to pass. I think it feels a bit cleaner to me, and I think it rewards passing earlier, which I think is better. You could make one of those dead easy. It's not hard to just replicate. I also believe you can just buy it. I don't think it was Kickstarter exclusive.
Okay.
And if you get the expanded universe expansion, which is the one that lets the game go up to 9 players, it actually comes with a random turn order, not random, sorry. It comes with the passing turn order expansion for 9, but you could use that for any player count. So you could just get that and then you'd have it. And it would go up to 9.
Fair enough. I see there's a pink dice here for rift cannons. Never seen that before.
That's again, that's one of the, so you get these discovery techs that you just kind of find in the ether as you explore space. And the rift cannon is one of those. It is a highly volatile gun that does tons of damage, but can also just damage you and blow you up. So it's very rarely used by players. Most of them don't like it because it's really unpredictable. It can just kill you. But that's in one of the expansion bags. I think there's like a bag that's like sort of more space tiles. It's not the expanded space. That's very specifically the one that lets it go up to 9 players. But there's like sort of space anomalies or something, weird warp space anomalies. It's called something like that. And it comes with the rift cannon, and it comes with these level 3 tiles. So space is divided into tiers, right? 1, 2, and 3, with 1 being the best and 3 being the worst. And it depends where you're exploring, what kind of tile you'll uncover. But there's a level 3 tile in the weird space expansion that has sort of actions on it you can take. So it's like another action board, which is very strange. There's also black holes in there that you can like send ships into, and maybe they'll come back with bonanza, or maybe they'll just explode. So, again, it's more variety, but it's more random nonsense.
Yeah. Fine.
I like it. It all came with the original Kickstarter. So I've played with it, and it's great. I like it. Would I take it out for new players? No, it's just random. It's fun. if you play the retail edition of Eclipse and you're like, this is so random, you don't need any of that. It's not going to improve your experience. But if you play a lot of Eclipse and you're like, oh, I'd like a bit more variety and I'd like to see some weird and wonky things, then yeah, it's great. You can always just get some extra tiles and throw those.
Cool.
So anyway, I hope this has helped everybody to understand the differences. I do think it's a bit of a false comparison, like we said, just because they kind of look similar, but very, very different feeling games despite the obvious similarities. And that wraps up this episode of the podcast. So thanks again to everybody who contributes and who watches and who listens. Big, big, big thanks to the patrons who support this content, enable us to keep making it. I hope you've enjoyed watching this, and we'll be back in a couple of weeks with another episode.
Sure will.
Yep.
Bye.